Wait, shit. Nomad brings up a very good point. Was this discussion... What was this discussion of farmer lingerie, like, ironic? Or is somebody actually getting some?
I don't think that really matters.
I couldn't see how it could possibly matter.
It's none of your damn business.
Okay. Oh, boy. Neil's going to be joining us in a bit. Where is Ace? Is he late today?
He might be asleep. He messaged me a bit ago, said he was going to try to play, but he had a long day, so he laid down.
Totally fair. Okay, cool. Speaking of long days, you guys had a long session last time. There was a fuckload of stuff that happened. A bunch of lore dumps. But if I remember correctly, when we left off, you guys were in this monastery that is kind of built into the side of one of these floating islands in Valdalands. Or Isolane. Or Islamar. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I would never accuse your city of being the Elven City.
It's okay, you stole both names from me anyway, it's fine.
That's accurate.
Gonna mix
The whole party is there, along with Ornar, and oh my god, his grand adventure. What was it? His bizarre adventure. Juro, who had just gotten done describing his bizarre adventure to you.
Juro's very uncouth adventure.
It is very late at night. It's probably about 2:33 in the morning. Not a big deal for some of you, but you know, everyone around you is kind of sleepy. You can hear the rolling thunder outside. The wind is still coming down, or the rain is still coming down, but it's not super windy. It's kind of just a straight drop. But yeah, we like left off right at the end of that conversation. So if you guys have any like additional questions for him or anything else that you want to ask while you're here, hit me. Now's the time to do it. Otherwise, I assume everybody's just going to kind of go back and go to bed. Oh yeah, inspiration. And I guess we should probably announce this shit too. Inspiration goes to Vasugale and Nordo.
Thanks.
Where is... There it is, Crosswinds. Alright. But yeah, I'm back. And so, if you guys have any additional questions or anything, now's the time. Otherwise, we can just head back to sleep and get going on to the morning.
Trying to think. Did we have any questions left?
I'm like rereading the notes of what we learned from this guy. I'm pretty sure Nordo doesn't have any questions. I don't know if anybody else would, though. Hey, it's Ace.
Hey, he made it.
He's alive.
Brother.
Yeah, I was busy dying.
It's okay.
We heard you might be dead.
So pretty much, one of the really amazing ladies at my work decided to do like a Zoom workout thing. And I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll try it. And I didn't realize how intense it was going to be. And I went way too hard at the beginning, and it went south for me real fast. So I was like, I'm going to go lay down and die for a bit. Yeah, we had three rotations, and I made it to the first one, and I'm like, I cannot. I was like getting super lightheaded, and everything was getting fuzzy. And I'm like, you know what? I have allergy-related asthma, and I forgot about that. So I'm just going to go not do this right now.
I'm just going to go be dead for a little while.
Yeah, so then I laid down and I listened to some, I don't know what it was, but I accidentally got on a YouTube playlist, and I don't know how many songs I listened to, but I went on a journey. Like half a sleep journey with music, and it was weird as shit.
So I have heard, and I don't know if it's true or not, and actually, now that I think of it, I've done that a few times, and it hasn't happened to me, so it's probably just an old wives' tale, and I have nothing to be afraid of. But I've heard that if you fall asleep with a song on repeat, your brain processes music differently while you're sleeping, and it like becomes numb. It becomes background noise. It's like when you live with an annoying noise for long enough that your brain just learns to tune it out, and that can happen to that song if you sleep with a song on and repeat. So I'm always really nervous about like going to bed with music that I like on, because I don't want to wake up in the morning and hate that music.
That's never happened to me, and I've done that 1,000 times.
But yeah, now that I'm saying it out loud, I've definitely done that with like some Album Leaf and some other shit, and you know, I still like it. It's still great.
I think. Oh my god, that made me think of stories. Back in I think it was high school. You remember what? Back when Kesha was really big.
So
I borrowed
now,
I borrowed a CD from one of my friends that I was listening to and fell asleep. And like right as I was falling asleep, the song "Steven" came on, and she's just started going "Steve," and it scared the shit out of me. For those you don't know, that's my real name, and it was like, what the fuck? And it scared the shit out of me. And I'm like, now I don't feel like sleeping. This is really uncomfortable. Stop whispering my name into my ear.
yeah, that fuck that shit.
So that song is permanently ruined. It's also a weird song, but you know.
I say all of this, but then like my MO, anytime I find new music that I like anyway, is to put one song on repeat for 4 days straight until I hate myself and
yes.
the song.
Hell yeah.
Can confirm.
So
Yep, I've been
Every
doing that.
yeah, I don't know.
yeah, it's really tragic because then all that goes to my playlist. Like I like this song, and then I'll start it, and I'm like, yeah, I've listened to this too many times, and I can never listen to this song again.
I have heard, and this again is more unconfirmed theory crafting, but I've heard from somebody that if you just take the song into something like Audacity or whatever audio recorder or editor you like, and you just pitch shift it up, like even half a semitone or something like that, apparently that triggers some sort of like, oh, this is a new experience thing in your brain, and it's like listening to the song sort of for the first time.
Okay, it's kind of how like remixes make you like a song.
Yeah. Yeah, like all it takes is pitch shifting to kind of freshen it up for your brain. And I haven't tried it yet, but I'm going to try it the next time I make myself hate a song. So we'll see how it goes. Anyway, D&D. We were kind of recapping everything from last session. And when we left off, you guys had just got done learning about Juro's bizarre adventure. I think everybody is kind of planning to head back and get some sleep. But if you had any last minute questions, Ace, I know they're all trying to think if they have any last minute things they want to ask about.
To the guy, I think like, well, to be perfectly honest, I stopped paying attention partially last session near the end, so
That's okay.
I got like the basics of it, and then I came back at the end, and then I was like, and then we found out that he solved the eye thing, and I was like, cool, I did my part, and so I have no question.
The gist of his story, if I may,
Of course.
because I'm looking at the session log anyway.
There's a fuckload. Recaps are good.
The gist of this Druro guy's story is that he, just like Vasu, set out from Eisenmar to investigate this missing Stillstone and Fallen Island. He went to Gyara, where we just came from. Didn't find any leads there, tried to get some advice from like priests and oracles, and they all gave him a bunch of different information that all conflicted with each other. So he decided, fuck it, I'm going to spend a night at a brothel. Went to a brothel, specifically the Crosswinds bar that we saw last time. While he was at the Crosswinds, instead of a prostitute, a person came into his room, which was a Thrycreen named Leviti, who was a cleric of Syrah, and told him that he would find his answers in Harima. And had like a big eye in the middle of his chest. So he went to Harima, and he wandered around some wild lands and tried to figure out what was going on. Didn't find any leads for a while, until he found some blue-robed people, one of whom is probably Varder, who were doing this weird ritual to like insert a chunk of lead into islands using stone shape.
I remember that they were using telekinesis because otherwise it's immune to magic.
And
I
then
came
they
in
did-
at that part, so then they did like a weird ritual. Then
Yep, they did a weird
found-
ritual that would like cause these islands to fall out of the sky, and they made mention of the fact that they were doing it in this like weird remote place so that nobody would notice that these stones were falling. But then one of them said it was important that they need to do this around the roost, presumably Firebird's roost. And then after that, they caught Juro when he was trying to eavesdrop on them. So they like chased him down, and last thing he remembers, he was like knocked unconscious, and then woke up hundreds of miles away on the shore of West Kona Isle
with gills.
with gills, having no idea how that happened, if the druids at all were related, how he got gills. And then when Nomad tried to pry into those memories to get something maybe Juro got subconsciously but didn't like remember, that is when Nomad saw like the flash of that yellow eye.
Yeah, I remember that part. So I didn't really. I think the only thing I missed was when you guys were doing small talk then. So I think I got everything.
So that's all we know. I don't have any questions on that, but others might.
I think can I insight check him?
Sure. You looking for anything specific, or just whether he's fucking with you?
Seeing if there's anything that either he left out, or maybe something that he left out that he's not completely aware of.
Sure. Yeah, it seems legit to you. You do know, because Orinar kind of told you on the way in, that his story has been changing a little bit each time he's been telling it. But you kind of get the sense that he's maybe still a little bit trying to piece it together himself. He seems a little uncertain about some of the details. You don't think that you're not getting obvious signs of malicious intent. You don't have any reason to distrust him. He seems reasonable.
Yeah, in the morning, when everyone's rested, Nomad asks if he can go see Juro again and try to determine what caused this mutation. If it's magic, transmutation magic, polymorph, for example, or if it's like chemicals in the.
So we get a short rest now?
Well, you guys are like, okay, we'll be back in the morning to check in on him and see if we can come up with anything else. And you start to head out. Back to your ship so that you guys can kind of fly back to your respective sleeping places. But when you get back out, as you start to kind of wind your way back out through this monastery hall and towards this opening in the side of the island, there are suddenly two very bright flashes of light. The sound of lightning crashing down all around you. And I actually do need... let me get constitution checks from everyone who's here.
Checks.
Sorry, saves. Constitution saves.
Could I sell you on something else?
I feel like Constitution saves are the one thing that I'm like, what would you ever substitute it with?
Persuasion.
Persuasion.
No, I can't do that. So I have a -1 to Constitution and a -2 to Charisma.
I see.
It's too late. I'm just gonna roll for Constitution and hope for the best. Also, who got inspiration?
Shit, we already did it, but I forget.
Gilvas
Yeah.
and Nordo.
Gotcha.
Oh, Ace. Ace with your special eyes.
Not blinded, is he?
He is blinded for just until the end of his first turn. By this sudden crack of lightning that seems to strike this stony outcropping that kind of protrudes out from the side of this island and leads out to where your airship is tethered. You can, the rest of you, as your eyesight kind of readjusts, can see these two massive scorch marks that have been left in the stone pavement that are still kind of crackling and sizzling with electricity that kind of arcs all around the points of impact. And you watch as all of this crackling energy rapidly coalesces into two monstrous shapes that I still need
If
to
this
figure
is an
out.
aberration, I get advantage.
It is not. It is an elemental,
Okay.
unfortunately. And as quick as you can react, these things land, form, and then begin to charge into the halls of this place towards you. And you have to forgive me, I need to draw a map and everything real quick. Because I'm a terrible DM who doesn't prep.
Wow, fact.
I know, I'm so
He trusted
sorry.
you.
You said they charge into the place we just came out of.
Yes. Yeah, you guys are kind of coming out of the monastery late at night, ready to go home and sleep. And these things smash down onto the dock and start to charge in towards you.
Not if I have anything to fucking say about it.
Can confirm.
Alright, bear with me. This is going to take a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk about stupid shit. Tell us more about corn lingerie.
I wish I had more to say.
I'd really rather not.
I think we've said it all at this point.
I'm gonna be right back real quick.
Alright.
Same.
Also, I'll get my ham at some point.
I like it better
See,
without
I-
context, so let's leave it
I
at that.
brought it. Okay.
But also, thank you. I cannot have ham in my house.
Well, the thing was, I was like, wow, I'll be really nice, and they can eat a hell lot of ham. And then everyone in the house was like, none of us like ham, and I'm like, God fucking damn it! I don't know. I don't know why I bought it. I'm not a big ham person either. I
fucking
Zeke, do you
love
want
ham.
Zeke, do you want a ham? Do you want a 10-pound ham?
What'd you buy 10 pounds of ham?
Well, it was like one of the spiral cuts, and it was like $9 for 10 pounds. And I'm like, this is a great deal. And I was like, wow. And I remembered that like
I don't
whenever
even like
ham is,
ham.
well, the thing was like whenever ham is first made, I'm like, oh, I can eat that. And then like after like that, I'm like, yeah, I don't want to eat any more of it. I'm not really a big leftover ham person. But Zeke, if you want a 10-pound ham, I got you.
Why does this deal sound illicit?
This is the
Do you
black
want a
market
ham? I can send you a ham. Do you like ham? Frisk?
I'm okay with ham. It depends on how
I'll
much.
send it to you.
Well, you can.
I can.
I'm
Fire.
gonna send an entire ham.
That doesn't mean I
overseas.
can't send it. It just will be really rotten by the time it gets to you.
Well, I don't want it by then.
I can't believe you'd like put your nose up to my gift to you. It's really rude.
Your gift could kill me.
So do we need to do that initiative settings macro thing? Question mark.
The only person that needs to do anything is Ace real quick. You just gotta
Okay.
set it so that you have advantage. Unless anybody else has advantage. I think it's pretty
I'm assuming that. Oh, I guess Flick's not. Does Flick need to add his like charisma, or does it automatically add it in?
I don't think he's a swashbuckler, is he?
He is a swashbuckler.
Oh, then
His-
you're right. No, it'll be
I don't know
built
if he made it. I don't know if he's made it to swashbuckler yet, but I think he has. I think that's why like sometimes we kind of tie.
in. But no,
No, because swashbuckler adds charisma. You had -2. This makes you slow.
But no, if it's just like a bonus to your intelligence or your initiative modifier, then it's already built in. The only thing you really have to set
Gotcha.
yourself is like spells, so like if you have bless or something, and then initiative or advantage. Sorry.
Do we roll initiative?
Negative.
it's automatic.
Okay.
You can if you want, but the system is just going to override it at the start of the next round anyway.
Yeah. Okay, we just leave it in.
How many times does it take till it breaks?
I hope it's resilient. I've set up a pretty decent amount of like, checks and balances and shit like that. So I think it's okay. But I'm sure
what if
eventually,
we all get stupid with it at once?
right? Like I'm sure eventually it will break.
Just offered free stress tests.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna pull you over, and then I gotta go find a thing real quick. But then we're almost ready. Feel free to position you guys however you want. You guys just came up those stairs, which kind of leads down into the monk complex. And you're heading out this hallway into the open air area with the dock and the ship beyond that. This is the most beautiful map that I've ever drawn. I'm sure you'll all love it. This is my finest work. This is peak
And I'm
D&D.
sorry. Which way is the monastery you said?
You guys are moving from left to right to leave the monastery.
Okay.
So, like this shit is all stone interior.
It'd probably be like middle of the pack, I reckon. I would assume like Vasu is leading the way.
Probably. And then all this blue shit is, like a 700-foot drop to either the ocean or the nearest island below you. Depending on which way you fall.
In that case, let me put myself slightly closer to the middle.
So you said the exterior is out this way?
Yeah.
There are 2 Totos.
Are there 2 Totos? Did
Two
I fuck
toes.
Toe to toe to toe.
up? I goofed.
Toe.
Hey,
What?
did Fiero get a token? It's so cute.
I said it for a little while, but I never put Fiero on the map because he's real squishy.
Real squishy. Sweet Fiero.
Almost as squishy as Pippin when he threw him into the fucking ground with a tree.
I forgot we have our game after this. I'm so excited.
Me too. I just played Skern and destroyed him.
Oh, excellent.
With your
It's a-
roleplay account.
Except not really. I won, but only because he got real unlucky, and I got a real lucky intercept.
Also, roleplay account. Is that what we're calling the Quarantine League games now?
Well, that's what we're calling my team because I'm the only one that decided to go hard on roleplay. Everyone else decided to just play fucking lizards.
I mean, I don't know if there's really a strong roleplay community in the Blood Bowl fandom.
Well, there
He's
should
role
be.
playing Lord of the Rings, so
Oh, Christ. Okay.
someone's got to play like I don't know, Wizard of Oz or something. Well, that's already happening here.
I mean, Skern was basically playing Rivendell, so
Oh.
Uh-oh. Lightning lion
Also-
tiger things.
why would you send me that, Chris? It's such a terrible sans.
Sorry. Was it terrible?
It just doesn't look good.
I don't really have a concept of a good-looking sense.
I want to see the bad
Forgive me.
scenes.
Ooh, who just got here?
Speaking of, I'm gonna get me a plate of chicken strip.
Oh my god. That's wonderful.
I made them. They're awesome.
Okay, alright, sorry for the delay. So as these shapes coalesce, you can see that they form into the shape of 2 large feline figures. They have these long, flowing manes of crackling tendrils of lightning that kind of seem to almost drag along the floor. And every time that they move, it drags this shower of sparks that kind of ripple off of the stone and bounce around until they eventually come to rest. One a little longer or larger with longer haired mane. The other one kind of leads ahead of that one. Shorter haired, and these things begin to bolt directly towards you. But we're playing with dynamic initiative. We're going to see how this goes. So let's see how this goes. I need to throw them in there.
As expected.
Well, it's even if we weren't doing dynamic initiative, just the auto rolling initiative for everyone is nice.
Oh yeah, it's real handy. I technically should have done this first, but I don't want to waste your guys' good rolls, so there we go. Alright, ever vigilant. Ace is the first to react.
Boom, and since I have an advantage on my first turn, it cancels out with me being blind, so I get to attack normally.
Yeah, that works out nicely.
All right. I guess kind of focus my hearing on him, and shoot. I think, unfortunately, I don't get my sneak attack. Unless, yeah, I'm assuming I don't because of they cancel each other out.
They do. So you're temporarily blinded by this flash of lightning, but you can hear with your keen senses just these crackling noises of what appear to be 2 lightning elementals of some sort that are loud enough for you to kind of pick up on their location.
That was actually that's actually the wrong weapon. It should have 1 more bonus damage to it.
Alright, so grand total of 9 damage. Arrow flies past and sinks into this thing. And you do see it seems to catch some of the lightning almost as if it was physical. Like, I don't know, firing an arrow through a bowl of spaghetti. Tendrils of lightning fly past this. And then another arrow catches some more. So 9, 8, and 13. Actually, it does the 17? The 17 misses, actually. As the third arrow lets loose. This thing skulks flat down against the ground. Almost becomes just a pool of lightning and ducks under the arrow.
Is there any... I guess I can't see... Before we walked outside, I'm assuming it's dark outside?
It is. It's like 2:30. There's heavy cloud cover. It is very dark outside.
Was I in darkness before?
So the inside of this place is lit, and these things also shed 10/10 light. So darkness right now, not really available to you unless you potentially go around this corner. You get the sense that there's probably like a bathroom or a closet or something over there that might
What
not
about
be lit.
Over here? Is it like dark outside?
Yeah, so let me double check and see where these torches... They would have torches probably all the way around the perimeter of this place. The only place that wouldn't be lit by the torches would be the center of the dock. So let me just draw a little area real quick, and then we'll have it for reference. So that is basically the only spot that would be dark. Everything else is going to be lit by some sort of a torch.
All right. So I can move here with my movement. Am I in darkness there?
Yeah, close enough. That counts.
All right, and then I just go whoop, and then I vanish.
All right. Ace charges forward bravely and disappears into the night. Vasu, you're next to react.
Okay. I'm going to use my free action to just shout as loud as I can back into the monastery. Hey, Chief, we got company. Get your weapons out.
All right.
Kind of, rally Orinar and whoever else might be in there to get ready to fight. Let's see how far away are they. Alright, I'm going to... Let's see what he was... Ace was shooting at this one, right?
Uh-huh.
Or was the other one? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to spend 2 key points as my main action to summon a flaming sphere. Right next to the lioness that Ace has already shot at a couple of times.
Do I have anything fancy for this? Ooh, we're gonna steal from... Yeah, we're gonna steal from campaign 1.
Oh, I could have given myself sneak attack. I forgot that I'm an inquisitor. Oh wait, I have to see them. Never mind.
Also, it would be, cancelled out anyway.
Well, I was attacking normally, and I could give myself sneak attack if I beat their deception with an insight.
No, you're attacking normally because your disadvantage and advantage already cancel out. It doesn't stack.
I'm gonna kind of set it in front of it. I don't think it'll take the damage right now, but I'm gonna kind of try to stop it from advancing, hopefully.
Alright, cool.
Make it take a long way around.
Yeah, I know normally you can, bonus action ram it, and then they take more if they stay next to it.
But you know what? Since I can't use my bonus action to unarmed attack this turn, I will ram it. So, yeah.
Alright, that is a dex save. Uh, 19, I think, succeeds.
Yeah, it's good. I'm just checking to see if it's half damage.
Pretty sure it is.
It says they take half as much damage if they end their turn in that sphere's space, but it doesn't say anything about saving against damage on the bonus action. It just says ram the sphere into a creature. That creature must make the saving throw against the sphere's damage, and the sphere stops moving this turn.
2d6 fire damage on the failed save, or half as much on the successful. So yeah, it still takes half.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if that applied to both.
Yep. Alright, well, he is rolling out damage. He takes a little bit. He takes 1. It's something.
resist it because they're lightning, of course.
No, he just got half. Like half of 3 is 1.
Oh, right.
Right. It does seem to be effective. Although it seems like your flaming sphere is having a little bit of extra time to roll up because of the heavy downpour. Hence the low damage. Anything else?
Nope, that's gonna be it. I'm just gonna kind of hold the line here and try to stop them if they try to charge into the monastery through this little tunnel.
Sounds good. And you do hear a response and the sounds of... actually, you probably don't hear the footsteps because monks tread lightly. But you do hear a response from Orinar, who says he will grab weapons and try to be up to help soon.
Awesome.
Nordo.
Speaking of monks treading lightly, I will use my 45 feet of giant turtle movement speed.
The fastest turtle.
I missed a little bit of that setup. Is this magical darkness that Ace created with his bow, or is that just like a shadow?
Just normal darkness.
Okay. I will use my bonus action to spend a key point for Step of the Wind, so I can dash.
Also, I hate to do this to you, Ace, but that flaming sphere does totally cast light.
Yeah, I was about to mention it. It's
How much?
It's bright for 20, and then dim light for another 20 after that.
Yeah. So you're still in
Okay,
dim
so
light.
now I'm just...
I'll say for now, you're like right at the edge of the dim light.
Which in that case, I just run past Ace and right up in front of here. As I'm running, my tattoos kind of start to shift and move, and my eyes glow a little bit crimson. Let out a real big battle cry, and that spectral crimson bear appears over my my form. And wisdom saves from both of them, and not Ace because he's 35 feet away.
Oh shit. Okay. Here we go. Top and bottom.
I wouldn't be able to see you anyway, so it's fine.
These things seem resolute. They seem to not be. They seem to have been expecting this, and they kind of both lock eyes with you, and seem unfazed.
Okay, and that's my turn.
All right. Elise is going to run up. She will get her spiritual weapon out. As she do, she'll actually also use her Tabaxi dash to. Oh wait, regular action dash because spiritual weapon is a bonus action. That'll bring us to the lioness's turn, but let me check the range on spiritual. I always forget if it's 30 or 60. I think it's 60. Yeah, it is. Okay, sick.
Attack.
Alright, she will focus fire. Weapon comes up here and swings. Missing, unfortunately, and that does bring us to both the lion and the lioness. Lioness first is going to... doesn't like anything about this flaming sphere. Boy, you're all the way over there. No, it's got a job. That's what it's going to do. It is going to... it seems to almost transform into just a bolt of lightning as it moves. It does maintain its form. It could potentially still trigger opportunity attacks, but in this case it doesn't, as it just zaps its way over to here. And then it stops, and then there's a sudden eruption of light and thunder and another scorch mark on the ground where it kind of reforms. But then, immediately following that first burst, there is a sudden flash and a bolt of lightning that strikes down the hallway, passing through Toto, Gale, and Moat. So, Toto, Gale, and Moat, I need dexterity saving throws. Toto is good.
So because it stopped right there, I don't get opportunity attack even with reach, right?
Correct.
Clever girl.
Clever girl. Oh god, you're looking for a 16. So unless you have some way to bump that.
Wow.
Sure no.
Oof.
Woo! And then Moat.
He rolled.
Mine's in there, 21.
Oh, yep, you're good too. So Moat and Toto take half of that for 21. Gale takes 42 points of lightning. Oh, and he's barely up. Holy shit. Meanwhile, the lion...
Guess who has 1 hit point?
Real close. Lion is going to basically just pounce on Nordo here. And just starts ravaging. Oh my god, oh shit, okay. Well, good luck, guys.
Real quick, Nomad uses his reaction on Gale. I think he's within range. Let me check.
Yeah, 25.
Yeah, he's within range.
Those first 2 hit.
Alright, yeah, 14 I think this is. So, you are able to avoid one of the claws, but he does bite you once and claw you once for a grand total, or I'll do the damage separate just in case.
I don't have any resistances or anything.
Gain
guess someone else might have
13
something.
HP back.
Thank you.
It's not much.
That temp hit points soaks that damage, right?
It does, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Nordo, you take 18 points and then 8 from the claw. It's just a combination of piercing and lightning and slashing. But that is the end of their turns, and it brings us over to Moat.
Okay. That lioness seemed to be coming straight at me, right? That's not too hard to deduce.
It certainly looks like it.
Alright, well, I can't get in melee range with it. I will, with my movement, step up to there. I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Thunderous Smite, and I'm going to hold my action for when it gets in range of me. I will use White Flame Blade.
Hell yes. That brings us to Gale.
Ow.
You okay over there, little guy?
I'll live. I think. Yeah, the damage really changes what I wanted to do. Okay.
Not worry, I have a heal coming up if you need it.
Nah, it's alright. I'm gonna trust you guys with DPS for a bit, and I still haven't figured out how this works, like, I don't know, visually yet, but I'm gonna cast this and bonus action heal myself.
Ooh, important shit.
Oh, sick. It's so good. Alright.
Heal.
Or vitality goes up. Healing begins to inject. And fuck yeah, give us some flavor.
I haven't figured it out yet. I'll think about it.
That's
I
right.
imagine he injects himself with a syringe.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
what
right.
his just cure wounds is.
Oh, that's
He's
Yeah.
got to be like flips
Plug
a
it
switch
to
on his
his
backpack and it starts just ejecting a healing gas or something.
It shoots healing darts, man.
Start
Healing
emitting,
darts.
like healing pheromones and
Mhm.
Excellent. Alright, Nomad.
hey, I have other things.
Just
to
kidding.
do. Hide behind this wall.
Good call.
Good thinking. It was also what I was going to do.
Toto's gonna go over there. Hero's gonna go over there. Now I'm done.
Alright, Nomad.
Nomad's looking at all this. He doesn't seem to like react very much. He's gonna go look for sleep. Where's the bed chamber, Vasu?
Back in there, but couldn't you? I mean, there might not be a in there if these things get through.
I have faith that you will kill them all, but very well, I will help.
Gee, thanks.
And he puts a hand on top of Shul's head, and a manifestation of the skull appears over here. I'm looking for that. There it is.
I need to get you a token for that too.
Yeah.
Although granted, it's I guess you could just use the existing one.
17 int save.
Oh boy. How are these things on that? Okay.
Kid'll probably succeed. Everyone has. Yep.
God damn it, I'm
Like
so
I
sorry.
said. Like I said, I'm only here for lore dumps.
Yeah. This
No, pardon me. I'm going to sleep. No, it's here though, so I
Excellent.
can still attack and see through it.
Yeah. For the time being, I'm going to use Nibbler, but I will try to get you a proper token for this soon, because I keep forgetting. Alright, that brings us to a new round. And Nordo, you're the first to respond.
Oh, so fancy! I love it already. Because I get to go next. Well. Seeing that my attempt to intimidate these things didn't work super duper well, I will just start swinging with my battle axe.
Field action, oh no.
Yeah, think about that. You still have it to your next turn, right?
Yeah, I go before the lioness though.
Oh,
It's
gotcha.
not that deep. I'm just being
Lessons
whiny.
learned. I will attack. Oh, should I do it? Should I do it? No, I will not attack recklessly.
15 goes wide.
Wish I would have attacked recklessly.
It's a damn shame. 20 does not, though. Dives in for 7 slashing.
And then I will, harnessing the lessons that I've learned from watching Vasu fight and being out front of his monastery, attempt to do a stunning strike for the first time.
Oh, shit. Oh, you're gonna learn... You're gonna learn the hard way.
That giant elementals have good constitution.
Yeah. It's real good against trash. It's a little iffy on bosses.
Not gonna stop me from doing a flurry of blows.
Damn straight. Boy, it's so good when it works. Oh no. Uh, 27 is good though, and you do manage to follow around for one more hit, 9 points of damage.
And I will foolishly attempt it again.
Oh shit!
Oh!
Yeah, so as you manage to land this final blow, you grip onto several of these tendrils of lightning. Again, a little surprised to feel that they have material to them. They can be grabbed and moved. And you kind of just begin to squeeze and drag this thing down to the ground by what would be its jugular. And this thing is just kind of held still. It is stunned, unable to react.
Okay. And then I know that there's a system for this, and I know it's the top of the round still, but I don't know what I need to do to make it my next initiative roll negative instead of positive. But I'd like to do that.
Gotcha. So I ended up...
Or if that's still a thing.
Basically, you can spend inspiration to give yourself disadvantage, but for the time being, that is the most that you can do.
Okay, disregard then, never mind.
Yep. Alright, so Ace is up.
All right, I have a stunned enemy now.
That's
So
good.
first off, he is marked.
Apostrophe. That's a good damage.
18 points of that does go through. And you have crossbow expert, right?
I do not, but I'm still like 10 feet away.
Yeah, you are.
No,
This
no,
is-
not at him. I'm shooting the stunned one, not the lioness.
Oh, shit. Shit. Then, yeah, let me move this mark over. But yeah, that does hit then. And this guy takes 18.
I don't know if it matters, but my bow is magical.
It is. You do seem to be doing full damage with it.
That one's not as impressive.
It does still hit. This thing is kind of locked down by Nordo for another 11.
Do this creature seem like they have reach?
Definitely.
Okay.
Or at least with some of their attacks. He did seem to get right up on Nordo so we could bite him.
Gotcha. For my special thing with Gale and Hodo, how far away do I need to be? Is it 10 or 5?
Shit, I think you have to be adjacent. Let me go check.
Yeah, you have to be adjacent.
Adjacent, yeah.
Okay, and I guess I will just stay where I am.
Alright. The lion is the next to react, but he's stunned. He don't do shit. He does get some rebound points, though.
Praise be.
And that brings us to Vasu.
Okay. What kind of action would it be to have Shu fly a potion from my pocket over to somebody else?
Oh boy. I'd call it just your item interaction to fish it out and hand it to Shu, and then Shu's item interaction to pick it up. Flying is obviously just movement. I would say that the person would need to use, because because Shu has already used her interaction, she would either have to use her whole action to hand it over, or they would have to use like their reaction to do an item catch. Either one's fine.
Oh boy, Discord did some funky stuff there.
Ooh. You back? You good?
Yeah, I think so.
It sounds a little cutting in and out, but long story short, movement and action would be enough to take it from you, fly it over to somebody else, and hand it to them.
And my action or movement and his action?
Movement and Shu's action.
Okay,
Like Shu's movement and action.
gotcha. Okay.
Plus your item interaction to fish it out.
So I'm going to pass a Shu, go! And he's gonna land on his head
Alright, excellent.
and drop it to your hand. Shoo!
Alright, this
Turn around,
Feathered Menace comes around the corner,
wailing on it.
carrying a red potion for Gale, and then Vasu turns around and attacks Lioness. 19 lands for 14. Uh, 23 for another 13, both good.
He is stunned to his disadvantage on dexterity saving throws.
It's the Lioness.
Yeah.
The lion.
Yeah.
The lion.
I'm gonna have my bonus action. I'm gonna ram the lion with my flaming spear again.
Oh, sorry, they automatically fail.
Maneuver.
Yeah, so this
Like,
thing is smothered.
Maneuver
by
it in a way that it doesn't hit Nordo, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it has enough movement that you can kind of like wheel it around the outside and then smack into it on this side.
Just hit me if you have to.
Fire.
For 8 fire, and he takes all of it. Alright, anything
Turn.
else?
That's my turn.
Alright, Moat's up.
Alright, am I able to stand here, or is the lioness in that space?
You are. I keep accidentally shifting it, but it's technically in these 3 spaces here.
That's kind of what I figured, but I wanted to make sure. Okay, I will step up then. I will attack. If I can find it. You think I'd be used to this by this point, and yet here we are. I'm gonna go ahead and use my reaction. Because this one's not stunned, right?
It is not. That is currently a miss. Oh, but that damage is so fucking good. Yeah, there it is. So the blade goes wide at first, but then several rings of gold form around your hands, and you return the blade in a second slash, and this time it lands for 22 points.
And then it needs to take my Thunderous Smite damage too.
Fuck yes. That's what, a con save?
It'll be a strength. It takes the damage either way, but then it gets a chance to save against being knocked prone. Where is it? Forgive me, guys.
I don't.
That's fair.
Oh, it fails. So it takes an additional 8 fire damage, and it is slammed down to the ground, landing prone. And it's also pushed back 10
Excellent.
feet.
With my remaining movement, I'm going to chase it down. I'm going to spend 20 sorcery points. And as a bonus action, I'm going to Flame Blade him again.
Fuck yes.
This time with advantage.
Oh shit!
Oh, time to smite there.
Yeah, so that's going to be a smite.
Holy fuck. So 25 already.
And then I don't have that doubled yet, so... Oh, Jesus, that's really good
Lordy,
damage.
lordy, lordy.
Christ. Another 18 before the crit, and then...
Extra 3d8.
Oh my
Jesus.
god.
Shit.
So you guys
Still
watch
alive.
as Moat runs up on this thing, swings once. These golden rings form around his arms all the way down the length of his blade, and he just unleashes this barrage of swipes. And as that final smite sinks in, as this thing is pinned down to the ground, you watch as 2 blades of fire burn out from the back of his shoulder for just a very brief moment. And then they all just wrap around and pierce into this thing and begin slicing and dicing.
Well, I believe that's as much as I can do, so that's it.
Okay. Well, Elise, she'll come swing at this thing because it's stunned. And then...
If there are guards, sorry, I'm not sure if it matters, but the Thunder Smite does make a boom for anyone within 300 feet of me.
Okay. There is definitely a loud noise. It kind of, it resembles lightning, so it kind of just gets lost in the rest of the storm. But it is much
I kind of
louder
figured, but...
right here, so like everybody in this building probably notices that that's very close, yeah. This does hit because it's stunned for 9 points of force, and then she's going to go help out the people who need it. She already used a maxi dash. Shit, actually.
Oh, she didn't.
Oh, you're right, she didn't. She used a regular dash. So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 55. Elise comes around the corner and puts a hand on Gale. For 19 points of healing.
Delicious.
And then she's going to use her last 5 feet to spread the fuck out because lightning bolts. And that brings us to Nomad.
Right. It's just going to move the manifested mind over here, so it's within 5 feet. He's going to try one of these too. Well, one of these again.
Alright, it is no good this time. So 10 points of psychic damage. And this thing is racked. Next attack against it has advantage. Anything else?
That's it for now.
Alright, this thing is prone, and does it get this back? No, it does not. It is going to stand up from prone. And then it is going to just try to retaliate as best as it can against Mo. I think those all miss, right?
Those do all miss.
Oh, yeah. It is just not able to get through. You parry every blow. These fiery wings deflect one of the shield or one of the swipes. And shit, that's all it can do. Brings us to Gale.
Alright. Thanks, Elise. You don't have to waste your mana though. Should be okay.
Woo! She pecks you in the face.
Yeah. I'll pick up the potion. It's back to Vasu. Look at that. 35 feet of movement because of squat nimbleness puts me in range of Moat. Then a bonus action heal Moat.
I'm sold. You win.
Get fucked.
Goodness.
I'm pro squat nimbleness for the record.
Moat gets 6 hit points back.
Nice.
Appreciate it.
And then I'm gonna shoot the lioness.
First hit with advantage. Oh, you already have advantage.
That's Toto.
This one's stunned.
I was gonna say you have advantage on both of them.
Yeah, but the Storm Lion is out of pay, normal range.
Okay.
Yep, that'd do it.
Sorry, I'm used to being a sharpshooter.
You actually only need the first one. A shot echoes out through the corridor, racks through this thing, and it seems to just disperse in a quick flash. And just like that, it is gone.
Second hit, I guess, can go on the other guy.
Yeah, but well, I mean, advantage and
Say
this
straight
strike
rolls,
cancel
but
out.
not
Yeah,
hits.
they cancel out. They cancel out in the 24 hits, so 15 does land. All right.
Cool.
Anything else? Toto?
So we'll start moving over here.
Alrighty. That brings us back to the top, and this time, Ace is up first.
Cool.
Look at that. I get to keep
He's-
stunned.
And he's still stunned, so you'll never guess what I'm gonna do.
He's not a big fan of that.
Tons of damage!
Oh my god.
Holy shit.
Calm
down, Ace.
27, 32 total points. 14, 16 more.
Give a thumbs up to Nordo.
I was gonna say, you guys expertly just lock these things down and wreck their faces.
But I am going to move over here, probably. Yeah, so I'm not like in line with anyone.
Alright. This thing is up. It's still stunned. It gets 2 more rebound points, which it's probably not going to be able to use, but we'll find out. Brings us back to Moat.
Oh boy. I don't think I can reach anything. Let me check.
You can give Ace a high five.
I can give Ace a high five. I will. It's gonna have to be an air 5 because I can't waste my movement on that. But I'll give you an air 5 as I pass by.
Thank you.
And then I guess for my actual action, I'm just gonna dodge actually. And then for my bonus, I'll go ahead and cast another Thunderous Smite.
Alright. Brings us to Vasu. Oh no, did we lose him? I know Discord was being shitty.
He's gone.
He's gone forever.
What?
Oh, there he is. You're up.
Is it my? Sorry. The Discord's being. I can hear you sometimes, and sometimes I can't. Is it my?
Yep, you're.
I'm just gonna fly up on this bitch and hit the bitch.
Show him how it's done.
Sweet advantage.
25 lands for 9. Oh, the second hit is all it takes. The Sun player pierces through, and this thing erupts and disappears in a flash. And as quickly as it all started, as instantaneously as they formed and dashed towards you and fired that lightning, they're just gone. No bodies left behind. No lingering crackles of energy. The only real telltale signs that anything happened at all are the scorch marks from where they initially impacted.
I'd like to immediately, as it's fading, look up to the sky and see if I see that same tiger face in the sky that I saw when I fought that weird beast.
Sure. Give me a perception check. You take a quick look around. You see more flashes of lightning. Fuck yes, I'm super into it. That's good shit. But yeah, you look around. You don't see it this time. The sky is to some degree kind of trafficked by all of these floating islands. There's a lot above you, which is a weird thing to really experience. But you're not able to make out this shape in the thunderclouds like you have back on the beach.
Okay.
Behind
And how
you.
much did?
Or sorry, go ahead.
How much did these tigers look, or lions, I guess, look like what I saw in the sky?
Similar. Like they're both big cats made out of lightning. These definitely had these long flowing manes. Even the one with the shorter mane, it was long enough to almost get down to about her feet. Which this tiger image definitely did not have. They looked much more like lions than tigers.
Okay.
But similar enough. Gil also does still have 8 turns left on Aura Vitality that you can distribute however you see fit.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I'm gonna pump that into myself a little bit.
Probably a good idea. As he's doing that, Orinar and a couple of the other monks run up the stairs, armed and ready to go, and they find that you've already dealt with it. Like, what's going on? We heard a crash.
Elementals attacked the temple. Do you think perhaps they're angry about Sundowner Wreck?
Probably more likely.
Yeah, I think Moat and Nordo and Aliz needs.
This is the place we came from, right? Just
Oh
now.
wait, Aliz
like,
is. Yeah. Aliz only has short health. She has a thinner token than everyone.
And
Yes,
a
we
fake
have our
nameplate.
names. Yeah. Give her skill.
She is at 43 out of 50. She's okay.
35 episodes deep. Lee still doesn't have a nameplate.
I feel bad. I don't want to. I don't know. I have this thing against DMPC.
she will die. She will die the episode that she gets it.
That's
probably
true.
true.
I definitely can't give her a nameplate because she'll die then.
We thought she was going to die the day she got a sprite, too, though.
That's true. That's true.
Can you imagine if we beat this campaign and we still have Elise? How amazing that's going to be.
I just can't wait for the Elise arc.
Christ.
How was her shopping trip?
We'll get to that, but for the time being, Orinar's like, Sundowner Rex, what is that?
Our temporary slave.
The elemental in our ship.
Oh, well, I mean, it's just it's generated by the engines, right? I don't believe they really have strong feelings.
Oh no, it's very sentient. We plan on releasing it eventually.
You have a primordial powered ship.
Yeah, it's not our ship originally.
I see.
Just for the
Not by
time being,
choice,
we're
by
working
necessity.
on getting rid of it.
We have been taking measures to hasten.
It is possible, but this is not the only primordial powered ship in the world. It seems that they would throw so much effort just for that. People fly in those all the time.
It is because you have 8 adventurers in the same area.
Oh,
They attract more monsters, you see. And he looks at the sky and says, "Let me fucking sleep. I am so fucking tired, let me sleep. I have 5 mana, let me sleep. You come to me, I will go to your house and I will cave your face in."
Oh,
No mad. No mad.
He gets cranky
Yes,
when he
no
doesn't get
man.
his sleep.
Are you okay?
No.
So do you remember those potions that we found underground?
Um, was it the ones
The
that short rest you?
the date rape potions, yeah.
Yes, the rape potions.
I've
I
been
would
working
like
on recreating those. If you
that's
want, like I could try and make you some if you're that tired, or you could just sleep. I think that'd be fine too.
Hmm. Well, I am for the date rape potions, as you call them, being made,
Let's not
but
actually call it that. That was a bad. Joke was a bad taste. I
the
already feel regret.
the good sleep potions,
Yeah,
the short sleep potions, we'll call them.
yeah. Almost call it like a dog nap or something.
Yeah, dog nap. They sleep short amounts, right? I've never had a dog. What day is it?
It's Friday at like
Okay.
it's like
This is
Saturday actually at 2 a.m. So not this rest, but the next one is a long rest.
yeah, okay. So cool. If we do get a cat nap, this will be like good, efficient, because
I
then it'll
have
be a long rest.
2 things I wanted to do before we left this area.
for sure.
Yeah.
First off, is this the building that we were having the conversation with the one guy in?
Yes.
All right. And then second off, I kind of already rolled for it. I wanted to investigate like where they made landing and see if there's anything I can kind of decipher from it.
Sure.
I used my magnifying glass.
Yeah, and you study it very carefully. You can see that there is the telltale kind of branching, almost leaf-like pattern of a lightning strike that kind of arced across the stone, rapidly boiled the water that had accumulated from the rain, and left scorch marks. It looks to you just like a pretty standard lightning strike. It's actually a little rare that you would know what that looks like, but you've rolled very well. You've probably maybe stumbled across some plains or something during your travel up where a tree had recently been struck, and this looks very similar to that. You don't really find much else of interest.
Do you think they were going after your friend, Vasu? They seemed
That's-
really adamant about getting inside that building with where your friend's at.
I think Vasu's off Discord for at the moment. But while you're asking him that, Nordo is leaning into Moat and is like, I don't want to call it out or anything, Moat, but it seemed like those things were going right for you. You think that's what the Ryu Jin sent?
It definitely seems like it.
Raiju, perhaps. Lightning, after all.
Yeah,
Well, if they're working together.
I feel like
it's 2 attacks almost back to back though. I was gonna save this for the morning, and I'll pull out my little bauble that I got from Renner, but I think maybe it's better I get this done sooner. And I'll turn to, you said one of the like monks here was outside.
Yeah, Ornar and a couple of the other younger monks have come up.
I'll just turn to the natives and say, you said there's a temple around here?
We have a handful, yes. Any god in particular that you're looking for?
You don't happen to have Ager around here, do you?
We do. It's smaller, but and kind of steps forward over to the edge of this dock, and he points to a floating island, a fairly small, maybe like a 5-minute flight to the northeast. And you do see that kind of sitting just kind of alone on this small island. There's a little white building, and the roof of it is kind of this opalescent dome, and then jutting out from that dome are 5 golden rings in the symbol of Adra.
Excellent, thank you.
Do you need some company? Maybe it might since we were just attack mode. Do you think it might be wise if you don't go alone? I'm not saying be there with whatever you're doing, but just maybe an escort.
I suppose if you want to come with me, I definitely need to take this meeting alone, though. Protocol and all that.
Yeah, I don't mind.
Very well. If that is the case, I'm going to find a place to rest.
Yeah, unless Nordo, you wanted to go with him. I just figured someone should go with him.
Yeah, I'll stick with him, little orc. I mean, you're welcome to come as well, but um, my business is helping Moat, so that's his business, it's my business.
Do share the details of your findings. I'm gonna go push this rock over and go under.
Sure thing. And I'm sure as soon as Vasudeva is not catatonic anymore, he'll want to talk to his friends a little bit.
Is this the symbol of Phaedra?
Not quite. Let me go
It's
pull it up.
close.
I feel like their holy symbol at least stuff like that because it looks nice.
Shit, I'm trying to remember what the name of it is. It's like that, but the fifth one kind of links the other four together. I'm sure Moat has an image somewhere. I'm trying to.
Working on it.
Yep. That's right, fivefold nine.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, there we go. All right. I do imagine we'll probably jump back to Vasu once he gets his Discord back up and going. Norda, did you have anything real quick?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Oh,
Guys,
Gale,
we
are you
did it.
doing the thing?
What thing?
The date rape. I mean, the sleep potion.
I actually can't do it tonight, but I can start preparing it so that we can have them for the following days.
That is excellent.
All right. Whenever Vasu gets done talking to his people here, and we'll jump back to that, Moat and whoever wants to accompany him fly over just a little bit to this temple. And you're a little surprised to find, Moat, that it seems to be completely unoccupied. It's in good shape. It's clean. It's very small. There's basically just a single kind of open room that you step into that has a roof over it. You can hear the sounds of rain against metal as it kind of pings off of this this dome. And you do see that there is a statue at the far back of it, and a couple of mats that have been laid out for prayer. There is a small marble box for offerings and tithes, and then a few just of her religious texts that are in these very large tomes on a shelf on the right side of this room. Truthfully, calling it a temple might be a little generous. It's a very large shrine, but it is open and currently empty. There's nobody here to watch it or monitor it or talk to you.
All right. Well, guess that makes me the temporary high warden of it. I'm gonna go ahead and get started.
Admiral Warden,
Keep watch out here.
of course. I'm also going to look for tracks to see how often this is used, since you said it looks so barren. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure, good.
And on the way in, I'd like to just see if anybody's like watching us, looking at us funny, anything like that.
Sure. Give me perception. Norda, you take a look around. It seems like the city is very asleep. You don't really notice any signs of traffic close enough to really even be within viewing distance of you. You do see that there are a couple of buildings with lights on far, far down and below, but not a lot of people moving between islands. You get the feeling it's pretty remote here, pretty safe.
Okay. We'll try to stay awake, watching out for Moat while he does his meeting.
All right. Ace, you kind of check to see if this place gets any sort of traffic. And apart from the footsteps that you all have just introduced, you see occasionally signs that people have come and gone. Not recently, maybe a couple of weeks ago was the most recent one. It seems infrequently used. But it does seem clean. It seems well preserved for as little traffic as it gets.
Cool. I have Nordo Helen to help me climb up on top, so I can kind of sit on top of the building and kind of keep watch up there.
Sure. And that just kind of leaves Moat alone in the room. I can't remember if you already said you were doing it, but what would you like to do?
Yeah, I'm doing it. Just gonna head to an appropriate spot in the temple and use my thing.
All right. As you crush this rock in your hands, it forms this silky, soft, very fine powder, which begins to kind of run through your fingers and, as if carried by the wind, spreads out in a circle around you, forming this kind of radius, maybe 5 or 6 feet in each direction, that is just lined with this fine green sand. And there's a very faint light that begins to shine up from the floor within that area. And then there is a little bit of a yellowish glint from one of the sides, where stepping into the circle from nowhere, seemingly, is an illusory image of Orinar. This human man, several, it's almost like braided back, but then each of these small braids is kind of merged into a larger braid until it all becomes this braided bun at the back of his head. He looks a little bit sleepy, but serious and alert. He's paying attention. He's got his arms kind of crossed in front of him, just wearing simple robes. And he steps forward and gives a little bit of a bow.
I'm sorry it's so late. I was gonna wait till morning, but things have gotten worse.
It's understandable. It seems urgent. Nobody expected these missions to be easy. All part of the job. What seems to be happening?
Well, I guess there's no reason to sugarcoat it. I've got Tom Morello's bones with me, and I scried on the Ryujin. It saw me. It seems to be coming after me directly, and it's working with the Raiju. We just got attacked by some of the Raiju's lackeys.
There is a nod, and then you see he kind of just gives a little bit of a smirk at the side of his mouth. Not in a way that is condescending, but almost like an air of pride, or pride is probably the closest thing. And he smiles and he says, "I take it then you understand the danger of having information."
I quickly learning.
The trinket that I sent you should help. Wear it, and they will not be able to use magic to know where you are. At least most magic. They will still hunt you for as long as they feel it is necessary. I'm not entirely sure what could be done to shake their trail entirely, but that will at least make it harder for them to pinpoint you and your companions.
What do I do next? I know I was supposed to take the bones back to you guys at some point, but it seems like we need to get them to Firebird's Roost as fast as we can now.
Well, if that is the information that you've learned on your own, then it's probably wise to follow up on it. I believe, and I want to be careful that I don't draw too much attention back to us, but I believe that they are at the height of their power, and perhaps they wish to maintain that. You understand what must be done when one chalice is too full and another too empty.
Of course.
Whatever you think would even the odds, perhaps empower the other end of the balance. Weakening them could also loosen their grip on you. Your plan to take this back to the Roost seems feasible. It seems that that is where they want to rest.
Yeah, it seems like it. Well, I appreciate the help. This should hopefully keep them off our trail for a bit. And I'll hold up the little trinket. Do you know what could have caused them to fall out of balance like this?
We have a number of theories. I'm sure by now you've learned things about Mr. Tomarello. We suspect that when he fell, they seized some of the last of the power that remained on his plate. It's likely that is why the seas have been so dangerous, we theorize. But that has been going on for longer than Tomarello has been around, so it is a a loose working theory.
All right. Have you ever heard of an entity called the Deep Mother?
Of course, she is on one end of the spectrum of life and death. She creates and creates and creates, with little regard for what happens to her creations. I don't believe we've ever encountered her directly, but there have been tales, there are rumors that perhaps she's the one responsible for everything coming from the sea. It's hard to say. Have you... I should be discreet. If you've learned anything about the Deep Mother, perhaps when you return, we can share that information.
Definitely. I'm still just on the cusp of that discovery, but if I learn anything, I'll be sure to bring it back. I feel like there was something else, and now I can't remember it.
I like to think both saying that in character.
He 100% is saying that in character.
And you
In
do
that
see...
tone.
You do see just kind of a slow closing of the eyes and the wrinkles on his forehead and under his eyes as his whole face kind of lights up in a smile, and he remembers this is the mouth that he's trained, but not disappointed or condescending as much as just kind of remembering a strange student. I trust that you will know where to go when the time is right.
I'm sure I will. It'll come to me. You
Uh,
guys know about the islands falling out of the sky in Isenmar, right?
We had heard when large stillstone went missing. We assumed that it was perhaps an explosion being covered up or some arcane accident. Have you... If you've learned that it's more than that, again, we'd love a report when you return.
Of course. That'll be a when I return conversation. But I have learned a couple more things.
Understood. We'll make sure to have some forces ready to dedicate to it if it is a large issue.
Alright, well, I guess I just wanted to check in, make sure you guys knew what was going on. I appreciate your help.
Of course, we're glad to hear that your the first leg of your journey has went well. Do remember to be bold, but be cautious. Don't be afraid to rely on the people around you. That is what is most important in all of this.
Yeah, of course. You know me, I'm not gonna stupidly charge and get myself killed before I reach my greatness.
There's a twinkle in his eye, and he kind of smiles and gives a nod of reassurance. If that is all,
Yeah, you go back to bed. You look like shit.
you...
Sir.
He just points a stern finger at you, but he does smile as he turns around and walks away, and as he kind of steps back past this green line of sand, disappears into nothing with a wisp of green smoke.
Such a cool spell. Way better than sending.
Alright, I will just walk out to meet up with my companions then. I've got all the information I could. Sounds like we're on the right track. We've just got to try and get to Firebird's Roost as soon as we can. And I know we've got things to do along the way, so...
Seems like all the different things we got to do are pointing in the same direction, though, between Firebird's Roost being what this monk fella heard them druids talking about.
It is awfully convenient. Like a touch of fate has intervened. I knew we were going to do great things, Nordo. And Ace as well. Is Ace still here?
He's on the roof.
I'm up here. He's like right
Okay.
above you.
Hey,
Just
there
keeping
you are.
watch. I'm just keeping watch. Got caught
Appreciate
down.
it.
Let's just worry about staying alive first. We can think about great things another morning.
Aren't they one and the same?
You guys do eventually all regroup. Vasu, we kind of skipped ahead because you were fixing your Discord, but do you have any questions for your monk dudes? We can jump back to that. Otherwise, I think people are ready to
Not,
sleep.
not really. Just like have they ever dealt with any elemental manifestations like that, or had to fight any of them, or know anything about them, or
Oh,
whatnot?
of course, the elements are dangerous, and they tend to become wild and unpredictable, especially if they garner too much power. This storm that's going on, wind elementals tend to get stronger and swell as a large storm moves through an area. It's not unheard of. They could simply be wild, but it has been some time since we've had just a random attack like that.
I don't think this one was too random. Seemed a little premeditated.
It's possible, I suppose. Do you have any sort of... What do you think they want?
No, I don't know. You got any artifacts in there? Something some elementals might want?
Oh boy, most of our more valuables are kept down in the vault. I don't know if the elementals have much interest in weaponry or gold. I don't think we have anything that is terribly sacred to the elementals, truthfully. In fact, we strive to live in harmony with them.
Gotcha.
Yeah, whether you want to, admit that is kind of up to you guys. Well, either way, we'll keep an extra watch out for the night, at least until the storm passes.
Do you want me to stay here and keep an eye out too?
Oh, we'd appreciate
Do you
the
think
help.
you got enough hands?
It's your call. We definitely would appreciate the help if you can afford it. With that said, you do look like shit.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
You should see the other guy.
Which other guy?
Oh, there have been a lot of other guys.
I see. Right. Of course. I'm sure they look even worse.
Probably head back home for the night then. But
All right.
if any more wild shit comes up, you know where to find me.
For sure. And they kind of work out the details of getting a watch and who to contact if anything goes wrong. But fortunately for all of you, you guys regroup, you find your appropriate sleeping places, and the rest of the night does go uneventfully, and you do get a rest.
Praise be.
If I can, not that it's probably hugely important, but I will go ahead and sleep in that temple to Adra, and I'm gonna attune to the necklace. I can't remember if I did that last session or not, but I'm going to definitely do that.
All right, perfect. Good to know.
Is the mana things updated?
I don't think it is. We were going to do that last session, but we didn't. In fact, that's been happening for 6 weeks now. Oh well.
Because I think it's still 2 levels behind, actually.
I think so. Clearly the solution is to just stop letting you guys level up.
Clearly.
Just give us 5 levels. It's 5.
But eventually light breaks. There's still some pretty heavy rain, but there's kind of a pale yellow that peeks under the storm clouds on the horizon as the sun rises. You're all able to regroup, get some breakfast. Food here. I don't know if you kind of stay with Vasu and have his mom cook, or if you go out on the town to shop.
So I promised to help Vasu's mom cook breakfast, so I'll hold up to that promise.
Excellent. She does her best to prepare a dish that is very colorful, very vegetable heavy, very aromatic. It's a good smell to wake up to in the morning. A little bit kind of spicier than a lot of you may have been expecting, but very good. Yeah, nothing bizarre really happens early in the morning. You guys have the day to yourself. What would you guys like to do?
So,
Go shopping.
is they have shops.
They definitely do.
Pretty sure that Nomad were broke.
Yeah, Nomad, we and Ace are broke.
I was gonna say, didn't we just have a shopping episode? Like 2 of
Yeah.
them?
Yeah.
We
No,
did.
just had 2 shopping episodes.
Let's shop and scry this entire session.
I mean, I'm not complaining. It's real easy to prep for shopping episodes, but this would be like the 3rd
Oh.
consecutive shopping episode.
Hey, Vasu, you said your mom was a librarian?
Kinda, sorta, yeah.
Well, perhaps we could talk to her and find some. We can do some research on a few of the topics at hand.
Oh boy.
Sorry, episode. I
Shoot,
like that.
I shoot Flick a mean look.
What? That wasn't laced with sarcasm. No.
I could not tell sarcasm anyway.
It's a
we
minimum
ought
of
to-
16.
I think
Does
we ought to
anybody
also
need
discuss
mana?
what,
Yes, please.
We should probably also investigate the Fallen Island.
I have some advisory stuff for that, but I think you're already doing well with it. The advice is literally just don't let any more druids here.
That seems a bit.
Especially
Prejudicey.
once in no, like if they start gathering in a circle, break that up. Druids cannot be allowed to like to collect
Nope,
in this
nope.
island.
No public druid congregations.
Yes,
druids are required to
exactly.
social distance.
It is only a precaution.
Nomad. Let's go take a nap. Does anybody else want one?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Another nap? Yes, please, if I
Elise-
could.
Elise does look pretty sleepy, actually.
Let's do it. Let's all.
You're not a real person.
That's not fair.
Okay, Elise did heal me. Elise can come.
Alright.
Alright. Elise, Nomad, and Gale all get a cat nap.
Oh,
Yay!
she wakes up feeling much better.
Such a great
Which
spell.
does literally nothing for me, but it does leave me at an even.
I
Do you
feel
have to be
excellent.
one of them?
I don't have to be, but if I'm not, I lose mana.
Oh, I see what you're saying. It
Yeah.
like restores it to you.
It
I get
covers
it.
the cost of the spell
Yeah.
for himself.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's basically I can freely give 2 people like
Right.
That's
after
good.
short rest.
Oh, he looks so much better now.
I'm still trying to decide if I want to canonically say that there is like a god DM that you can argue against when adventures are going too poorly, or you really need a rest.
That literally is what Nomad did, though.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm
Cut
very
me
aware.
some slack. I'm a new god.
All right. Well, they are getting their catnap going on. Ace, you wanted to talk to Vasu's mom about the library
Yep.
and some research.
I'll join him for that too.
Okay. I really like
Of
the
course, go along for that too, because I want you to talk in my. I will say it, and I mentioned it like I think after the stream ended last session. My favorite part about this campaign so far has been playing Vasu with this voice to make you also do silly, borderline offensive New York accents for everybody in Eisenware.
Oh Christ. Well, we'll see if I can keep it up.
Since Flick wasn't sarcastic, I'm gonna go too.
Okay.
Awesome. But yeah, other than that, I know we from Magic up to, or if I did it back in.
You're cutting it out a little bit.
You're breaking up.
Oh, great.
Sounds like you're asking about a magic shop, though, and if I know you, that's probably right.
I can't remember if I looked for any magic shops here, if I did all that back in Gyara.
You did some back in Yara. There's definitely a handful here as well.
Cool. I just wanted to check how they were doing on, check their inventory for like stillstones, and I think it was called like a hurricane dart was the thing I was looking for last.
That's right. You were looking for a hurricane dart. Go ahead and give me another luck check to see if these guys have hurricane darts. Meanwhile, Moat, what's up?
Sorry, same train here, but can I split my day half between the library and half between... You said there were a bunch of temples. Is there a temple to Sayura here?
There is. Yeah, you could definitely head that way if you wanted to and still kind of be along for the investigation.
Cool. I'd like to do that.
Cool. All right, we'll do probably investigation first, and then we'll jump back to that. Vasu, they don't really have any hurricane darts like pre-made. Again, they could try to make something for you, or they could sell you the stones that you would need to make them.
I mean, I'll always buy stones, but I'm not going to commission anybody because I'm probably not sticking around for too long.
Okay.
But-
Let me go figure out real quick what stones it might take. And this is basically a variant of the secret dart, right?
I think so. I think that might actually be what it's called.
I think it might be. Okay.
Hurricane Dart just sounds cooler.
Yeah, these are actually, they're not bad at all. You could basically get a set of these secret darts made. You could probably enchant 6 of them using 4 cantrip level stones, either white for wind or cyan for lightning, depending on what kind of damage you wanted to do. I guess I would... Yeah, okay. So yeah, just cantrip level stones is all it would take. They would definitely have them in stock too, both of those colors.
Cool. Do they? What other kind of white stones do they have?
Give me one more luck check to see what kind of stone supplies look like.
White and orange, I guess. I don't know if you need a luck check for both colors.
We'll just use that for the whole store. White, they have a bunch. They have, like, probably as many level 1s as you would ever want. 3 level 2s and a level 3. Oranges, they're not as high supply on. They have 2 level 1s and nothing beyond that.
Okay. They have plenty of like cantrip level stones too. Oh, you did mention that, right?
Yeah, they do.
Okay. I'll buy the 3rd level white one, and then as many of the lightning level or the cantrip level ones I need to make some of those darts later.
Cool. Let me go pull this up real quick. Just get the shopping done, and then we'll go to the library. So for all of that combined, you're looking at 81 gold.
Okay. And that's 3C 8V white?
Correct.
And the lightning ones are cyan, right?
Yep.
The cantrip level ones I just bought?
Yep.
Okay. Alright, that's all the shopping I'm doing, I think.
Alright, Gale, what's up?
Just whenever I wake up from my nap and I realize that everybody's left and already gone to like go see Basu's mom, I'm like, shit, and I go and rush and chase after them.
Yeah, catnap's only 10 minutes. You're able to catch up, no problem. Okay, so for this investigation, I really like the way that Drake typically handles these kind of like research episodes. Let me get an investigation check from anybody who is going to do research on something.
I will do it because I have advantage.
Yeah, you guys can each do it. Like everybody who's going to do some research, give me an investigation check.
So probably not actually going to the library, but I do want to like ask Basu's mom because I know she's a smart lady. Some questions. Do I roll
Can you
for
do
that?
it for me, please?
Sure. We'll kind of count like calling on her knowledge as part of this.
Okay, cool. I like it.
Sorry, you said investigation?
Yep.
And if does this include the Temple of Sayura visit?
That will be a separate thing, unless you're going there
Okay.
to like do research, which I guess maybe you would. Like, what is your purpose at the Sayura Temple?
I'm trying to figure out if this dude getting gills out of nowhere is even kind of in her wheelhouse, and also what kind of vested interest she might have in like the Deep Mother or anything I can learn in that regard.
Okay, we'll probably do that one separately then.
Okay. Of course.
Okay, all right.
You guys, this one's got pop-ups.
2, 3,
He
4.
crits. He rolls max damage on everything. He
Let me-
rolls on all of his ability checks.
Let me see. This one's only got one picture in, and I think it's on the cover.
Are there any words?
Yeah, plenty, but that's boring.
Damn it.
Great
rolled a
green
4.
room.
Okay, so all of you kind of collectively working together as a group can get... you can basically ask like 6 questions or 6 topics, and you will get responses to those questions or topics based on your investigation.
All right. I don't know if everyone saw the ones I posted that were ones that I wanted to talk about. Something about Godshell, probably about the Deep Mother. I don't know if we need any more information on the Raijin and the Raiju.
Ryujin.
And then I had one, yeah, region. And then I had one that I wanted to research myself, but it's probably going to be I'm sure it's not going to work for that one, since it's like about the god that had everything stripped from him.
These are the 3 things I would like to look into, but we don't necessarily need to, especially the star chart. The tree roll things meet I would definitely like to
Yeah,
look
I think we
into,
should
though.
look at that for sure, because it feels
Yeah,
like that's the thread tying all this together.
I definitely want to look into. I think it's called Hell's Fly Trench.
Yeah,
Though,
Yeah,
right?
that's right. You're right. It's Hell's Fry. Yep. I knew it sounded wrong.
So maybe the tree where all seasons lie, Devil's Trench, maybe the God Shell. Fuck, I lost my thing.
So Nordo definitely wants to look into the God Shell too.
And then the Deep Mother.
That's
That's-
5 topics?
Yeah,
The
Or if
Deep
that's only
Mother's
4.
the eyeball thing, right?
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I definitely want to look into that.
The thing that's your patron.
It might be your
I
patron.
don't
Who
want it
knows?
to be my patron.
What if it was Deep Father?
Deep
The
Daddy.
Deep
I don't
Daddy.
want Deep
Stop.
Daddy. God, it just sounds like a knockoff of Big Daddy from Bioshock.
Let's start with
So
those
that's-
4, see what we get, and then we have a couple questions we can expand on if we need.
Sure.
Yeah, follow-ups.
All right. So starting with the Hell's Fly Trench, they do actually have. So you at first you kind of start looking around in your like historical archives and nonfiction and trying to see are there any maps of it or anything like that. And at some point in your research, somebody that you're speaking to mentions that they've heard of it in a book. It was a fictional book, or at least presumed to be a fictional book, about an adventurer, a famous sailor, who believed that there was land across the sea far to the north, a whole continent, a whole new world. And there's been stories like that. Like it's rare for anybody to like actually go sailing for it because of how fucking dangerous it is. But it's presumed that this is not the entire planet; that there are other land masses out there. But he mentions that far to the northeast, he traveled to this distant land where there were giants and there were undead that crawled across all of the land, enormous monsters that towered over buildings. But it kind of reads almost like a Pilgrim's Progress or maybe even like a Journey to the Center of the Earth, where it's just kind of all of these adventures strung back to back to back, Odyssey style. And one of those adventures is passing over something called the Hell's Fly Trench. It is this deep, dark canyon at the bottom of the ocean, supposedly far to the northeast, where monsters dwell, where the water itself is alive and active and violent. It is presumably where deep, dark things like to live. There are supposedly these creatures made of darkened black water that swim like oozes or giant blobs of jelly and swallow ships whole. So there's definitely a reference to it there in this story. That it is someplace far to the northeast that is kind of just a dangerous trench at the bottom of the sea.
There's a hole in the bottom of the sea.
These
There's a
pirates
hole
of
in
Blackwater
the
now, boy. If you remember that cartoon.
What's a cartoon?
Cartoon?
Pirates of Blackwater.
No, I don't think I know what it is.
The tree where all seasons meet. There, you guys do stumble across some books in your study that reference this as the name of a song that is frequently sung by satyrs and sometimes dryads. It is a song about an island that comes and goes. It appears wherever it wishes and then disappears whenever it wishes. It is allegedly a portal to the homeland of the satyrs and the dryads and other fey creatures. It is kind of a secret. There's no real easy way to know where it is at any given time, but apparently they know the secret. But like most fey, getting information from them usually comes at a price, or there's some sort of trickery involved. You definitely learn that there's some sort of connection to the Feywilds, and that usually the secret of the tree where all seasons meet is guarded by satyrs.
All right, let's see how many ways I can split up my soul to get information here.
The God Shell, they probably have a lot of information about the God Shell. They would know that it is territory that is controlled by a pack of gnolls. And let me go actually look this up to make sure I give the right information.
On the off chance that Vasu's mom has specialized information on this, she's the one or that's what I would have asked her about while we were cooking breakfast.
Okay, excellent. She doesn't really have specialized information on it, but there is a lot of information in the library. This band of gnolls calls themselves the Dead Jesters. Your research would confirm that it is not the same as Laughing Jack. Similar, but the symbol is different. And also that clan stays down there. They don't really come all the way up here except to occasionally do raids and buy slaves. They're very cult-like. They seem to have some sort of religious dedication to some dead god. They make a lot of blood sacrifices. They do a lot of dark rituals. It's just kind of this very violent, cult-like gang of gnolls that makes their home on this island called the God Shell. Far, far to the southeast, a little bit past Melnoa and your homeland, Nordo. There are records of raiding groups and attacks that will abduct people, and then sometimes people go there to try to rescue them. They find that they've already been sacrificed or flayed or all of these other terrible things. They're a real gross, nasty group of gnolls that live on this island. As for the actual, the fact that it's a fucking floating skeleton or a skull of some sort, not a lot of information about what the hell's going on there. It's kind of just presumed to be a very large ancient creature, maybe an enormous ancient like Leviathan or whale, possibly a dragon of some sort. Some of the most crazy speculations are that it is the husk of a massive monster that can float through space and died and just kind of drifted onto our planet over time. There's lots of wild theories, but it's hard to tell which ones are true and which ones aren't, because those stories usually come from the gnolls and are intentionally obfuscated to give a fuck you to the outsiders.
I mean, we already found a spaceship, so I mean, it's really hard to not buy that one.
Is there any specific information regarding the fact that the island moves and can be all over the place? Does it sound like it stays in that one area to the southeast specifically?
Yeah, it does seem like it is actually anchored in place, and in fact, with your checks, you would probably get a location on a map. So let me pull that over. Roll 20, you can do it. I believe in you. Go, you can do it. Oh wow, Roll 20 is not having it today.
Yeah, it's been real laggy for me too.
I thought it was just me, but I think I'm all lagging.
So yeah, you're able to pinpoint it. It's just a little bit southwest of Melnoa. About a day's journey by a normal boat, or 6 hours by airship.
Well, little orc, seems like time might be of the essence if we want to get there before our friends get murdered by these gnolls.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was afraid of.
I was afraid we might already be too late, but gotta take a chance, I guess.
Are the Dead Jesters affiliated with Laughing Jack, or did he rip them off?
That's actually a good question.
I think I saw a mark on their arm that resembled Laughing Jack's mark.
Right. I feel like he's banking off their brand. It looks similar, so he kind of copied it and made a little difference. So when people see the mark, they're like, "Oh no, it's the Dead Jesters." Joke's on you. It's just me laughing, Jack.
Just like Ice Ice Baby.
Get you
Yeah.
a job in marketing for a nomad.
Marketing. What is this?
I don't even know that word.
Unga Bunga marketing.
I was just sounding it out from this piece of paper I'm looking at. Hook it on Pahonix working for me.
Uh,
I love Nordo.
Number 4, the Deep Mother. Most of what you find about the Deep Mother is information that initially comes from sailors. It seems to be sort of a popular folklore, kind of like the Kraken and the Leviathan and all these other sea monsters. But with that said, you do find additional research that is informed by divination and other forms of like actual proper research. And the gods have revealed information about the Deep Mother. It is not entirely secret; it's just not very widely known. The Deep Mother is allegedly this old, ancient creature, possibly as old as the planet itself, that has grown and changed, and kind of views itself as this this almost godlike monstrosity. It's motivated by a desire for life to flourish and change and grow and thrive. It strongly values survival, adaptation. It apparently lives at the bottom of the sea somewhere. With your research rolls, you'd probably get a lot of hints that it is down far to the southeast in sort of Kijani. It views that region as kind of sacred natural terrain. It doesn't like for people to go there and build buildings on it and obstruct it. It's not necessarily that it opposes civilization and technology and the advancement of society, but it just has a very strong preference for natural growth and evolution and life and animals and plants. There are of all of the mini theories of where monsters in the sea come from, the Deep Mother is one of the most popular theories. It's not confirmed; nobody really knows for sure. Divination is sometimes wishy-washy. Sometimes it says yes, sometimes it says that there's more going on. But that is a very popular theory. You would be able to confirm with your research that there are several fables of the Deep Mother and its monsters, that they're all kind of linked together by this three-holed eye, this big yellow, almost goat-like eye.
So that was how many? 4?
Yeah.
That was 4. You got 2.
And someone else of anything? I mean, I have something I'd like to ask, but I don't need to.
Kind of in the same boat.
Yeah, I have nothing super plot relevant, but I would have wanted to just research like stillstones and stuff, and kind of what Isamar's views on them are. But again, that's not super plot relevant, so if somebody has something better and more pressing, go with that.
So I think we've gotten through like the most plot relevant things. I don't know if we want to try to learn more about Firebird's Roost, because that seems like it's coming up and we don't know much about it yet. I don't know.
Do
Could be good.
Firebird's Roost and
And
Azadirth.
then- Yeah, Azadirth, definitely.
Yeah, those 2 things seem like they'd be solid things to research.
Oh, same here.
Because I feel like a lot of the
Also-
questions about Eisenmar and Stillstone also could be answered with Ace's ability to commune with cities, depending on what he wants to use that on.
Though ideally, if any, like the city also knows what people in the city and buildings know. So if people have read any of these books, we could also get information out of them.
Also true.
We need to go to like a mage college and just ask all the questions.
God.
How many did we get? Like 5?
We had 4, and we had 2 more.
He's talking about your city thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I get 5 questions. I get it back tomorrow morning, so we have to wait until tomorrow night for me to do it.
Sorry, I'm responding to secret shit on the side, guys. But also, so did you guys have a number 5? Did you want to check out? You're talking about Firebird's Roost.
Yeah.
Okay. You guys actually do find quite a bit of information about the Firebird's Roost here. This place studies a lot of things, magical and arcane, but one of their primary focuses is on the elements and on their balance and the protection of them and the elemental locus. And they would be happy to divulge to you that the Firebird's Roost is allegedly the home of the Phoenix, or where the Phoenix would stay if it was at its peak power. It is a volcano far, far, far to the southeast, kind of near Kijani, but a little bit to its north. People haven't heard anything from the Phoenix or from the Firebird's Roost in a long time, but there are records of it. It is definitely a real place that people have been to rarely. Very dangerous. It is crawling with fire elementals, most of which really just want to burn things. That's what fire elementals strive to do, is they want to consume everything around them and grow and spread and burn. It's a very dangerous place to go. There are some monsters and creatures that have made it their home. They've grown resilient to the heat and the ash and the smoke. You would probably also get a map location for that as well. So let's go pull that up.
That's it over there? Larval thing.
I think that's not actually Laurel Fen.
Firebird's Roost.
Ooh, you were
Roast?
close.
Firebird roast. Sounds delicious.
Oh man, I could go for just like a whole rotisserie chicken.
God, that
Heard
sounds so
that.
good.
Oh man.
Rotisserie chicken.
Are you sure you don't want a ham?
No, I'm very
No.
sure.
Rotisserie ham.
Ham's gonna take way too long to cook, and then it's not even that worth it afterwards.
What? Do you want a ham, Vasu? I have a ham. I have a 10-pound ham.
Love a ham.
Just,
Ham.
just come get it.
Okay.
All right, you guys have one topic left.
I think we're going to do the dragon guy, right?
Oz.
Oh,
Did we say Alzadir, or did you say something, or did Nordo say something different?
No, I think we
Or you
said
say
Oz.
okay.
Okay, one moment. I gotta make sure I give the right information here.
So which part of history do you want this information from?
Okay. There is a decent amount of information about Ozadirith, most of which requires special access because it is locked away in kind of their military archives. Because most of the information about Ozadirith comes from the war that you guys have heard of before, the one that Yule has spoken of before. Ozadirith was one of the largest and most powerful dragons that was involved in that war over in Korax, to the west of Wellingquet over here. What people understand currently is that these dragons flew in from beyond the sea to the west, from nobody really knows where. They landed in Korax, and they were insistent upon making it their territory. They began to raise towns. In addition to just destroying all of Wellingquet's forces there, they also did a lot of proselytization. They formed cults. They got several cities to kind of side with them and agree to accept their rule and fight back against Wellingquet rather than be destroyed. There are a lot of stories that suggest that Ozadirith was responsible for some of those more insidious takeovers. He seems to have a penchant for trickery, for mind control, for coercion. There is information that suggests that he is the oldest son of an even older ancient dragon, one that has been spoken of during the war but never seen. apparently this just massive, ancient, impossibly old, enormous dragon named Ozymandias. And apparently Ozydirth is the oldest child of Ozymandias. There are others. There is a note about somebody named Azorafel, another one of Ozzy's children. Yeah, that's probably what you would get. Just kind of going through all of their military records.
Is there any indication in any of that research about why Korax? Like what brought them to Korax specifically?
There are a lot of theories. From a purely military or strategic point of view, it was an easy capture. It's remote, it's distant, it's hard to travel over the sea to defend it. It kind of just, if anybody was attacking from the west, that would be the natural first place to strike, because it's very hard to defend from the mainland, and it's very defensible from the west. So, that is kind of just the prevailing theory, is it was easy, so that's why they took it. There are some conspiracies and ideas and theories that maybe there's something of value on Korax, something important that needs to be protected. But it was a Willing-Quet civilization before then. It was well explored. There were cities built all over it. Nobody had really, discovered anything crazy on that island. They weren't protecting it for any particular reason. So if there's anything unique or interesting about Korax, it's unknown. Most people sort of suspect that it was just it was tactically wise. What isn't clear is why the dragon showed up in the first place and wanted it. But, they're dragons. That's kind of... It's sort of just taken that that's what dragons do. They take over places and rule people.
Well, that certainly gives us a lot to talk about. If I'm looking at this here book right, I'm not a big reader, but I think it says that some gnolls are gonna flay my brother alive at the God Shell, so I wouldn't mind to get there as soon as we can.
That does seem to be the most pressing issue.
Yeah. Time limit.
That said, we've been meaning to get them bones over to Firebird's Roost for quite a while too, and it sounds like that's where Vasu's druids are at. And we've also been turning around from Beetlejuice more than once now. That's on the way there.
Yeah.
Maybe stop by Beetlejuice, send it out, 20-minute adventure.
Our time is limited only by the amount of skin your brother has.
Well,
It'll probably take him a while to crack through the shelf anyway.
His brother is an orc,
yeah, so he's half orc.
and also Chelsea is there too. No,
Christ.
Chelsea's
Tact,
skin as
God,
well.
tact.
When
Orcs do have a little more skin than turtles, at least.
well,
They are both orcs, right?
in spite
Kyle's
of
a half orc.
Nomad's uncouth wording, I think he does have a point that we are on a pretty severe time limit with that. At least if these books are any indication of their behavior.
I mean, I know y'all got a world to save and elements to balance. I don't want to draw you off that to just go save some savage from another band of savage. But
The world can wait. Family comes first.
I do owe it to Kyle to try to help if I can, if it's not already too late.
I mean, we're still saving the world. We're just doing it on a much
Yeah.
smaller scale, one person at a time now.
Yes, well, let's see. Where's the map? We are currently in... Where are we on the map?
You guys are way
Willing
over
Quit,
there,
North
right?
Nesmar.
There we are. So, we're over in Eisenmar. We're gonna make our way to... The first stop, the big thing is we have to stop the elementals from attacking us, so Firebird's Roost is a must. But on the way there, because I feel like, this is a very pressing matter, the skinning of, our friends, family members, we may have to go there real quick first before Firebird's Roost. We're gonna risk being
I
attacked
got
by
some
like
help from the Order too that should hopefully help keep the elementals off us
Right.
for a bit at least.
yeah, because I'm considering like, will it be slower because elementals are constantly attacking us? But if you have a way to keep them away, that's great.
So where is this island that their gnolls are at? 'Cause
God shell,
Just-
right? Where is it? Yeah.
All we know is it's down. Oh, it's right here.
Oh, it's
Oh,
like
it's
there.
that one. Okay.
Oh man, okay. We can triangulate, go God shell. We could skip.
So we're gonna go
We're past Beetlejuice.
past Beetlejuice again. Let's just never go to Beetlejuice.
Well,
What was on Beetlejuice? Oh, wasn't Beetlejuice the your temple?
Yes.
And Eddie wants to get there too. Not to keep
Both.
pushing that agenda.
Yeah, both Eddie and myself wish to go to Beetlejuice. The woman I keep seeing in my visions tells me to go there. I do not know if it is a trap, but I feel like it is vital. If the artifact is there, I wish to get to it before anyone else does.
Well, if we leave not tomorrow morning, but the morning after, that'll give me time to converse with Eisenmar and see if we can find any more information about.
Yeah. That sounds important.
And who knows? Maybe we'll need to go down there too. Didn't they say that the people were making things fall down here? So it sounds like they might be down there anyways.
Yeah. So, how's this for the plan? I'm going to draw here, so forgive me. How do you draw lines? There we go, polygons and lines. So, we're going to be from Eisenmar. Sorry, I have to zoom out in the map for a bit. God dang, it's really hard to click anything here. How do you make a line? It's not starting.
So you just click once, and then you click where you want the line to connect to.
Like that?
This is what I'm thinking. Like, from Eisenmar, Godshell, Beetlejuice, and then straight to Firebird's Roost. Because Beetlejuice is right there. But I don't want to stop by and be like, oh, we were one day away from unskinning your brother. Or Chelsea.
Yeah, and I mean Chelsea's from I guess his helm was on the way back, on the way to Beetlejuice, so
Yeah. How does this sound? Sound good? Sorry, my line is fucky. I totally went right past Beetlejuice with the second line.
I might have a further suggestion if depending
Sure.
on
Totally
a
open.
response from God.
Oh right, God.
Excuse me while I commune for a moment.
Oh,
You a cleric or something?
No, I'm just very smart.
Okay. Just
Sometimes.
usually clerics are taller. Like elites.
Yeah,
I'm
just gonna
entering my
short
mind palace.
Ah,
do not disturb him while he enters the Mind Palace.
wish I had a mind palace.
You have maybe a Mind Shack?
An intellect fortress, one might say.
Okay. I have a suggestion. What if we go down to the dwarf giant hills for a couple of minutes, pick up those gold statues, and then go to Salt Bowl, and then we can pick up our actual ship, and then we go do everything else.
But ain't gonna be ready for another week or two, at least, I don't think.
Isn't it gonna be ready like really soon? We've been traveling like a lot.
So he said it would be done in a month on August 26th.
Yeah,
And
and we
we
told
said,
him to
"Make
be
it
done
2
in 2
weeks."
weeks.
Deal.
It's been, I think, 13 days, it looks like.
Would you like me to send to him and ask how that's going?
It's only been 13 days.
Sorry, I think it's actually been 11. No, it's been 13. I can
Which-
math.
Well, here's the thing. We have the kobolds who are supposed to help him.
I'm not opposed to the plan. I just don't know if it'll be ready when we
Yeah.
get there.
Is it still storming? Like really, really badly?
It is.
Suppose that might also be worth noting. It wouldn't surprise me if the storm gets worse before it gets better if we put Firebird's Roost off too long.
Mhm.
Just a heads up, I know we've already got a game plan to swing down to the God Shell, which is definitely more important.
Absolutely.
Just a heads up for the group.
We always could just God Shell, then Dragons, or then the Firebird's Roost, and then go to Beetlejuice afterwards.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to push your stuff off, Nomad. I mean, we should meet this woman.
Yeah, by which I mean this artifact. I'm sure it's fine for now, but its power is unchecked if someone holds on to it, especially other mind flayers whom I'm sure are looking. Well,
Is Eddie with us?
Listen,
Yeah, he can be. He wouldn't have gone with you to like the monk place, but you're just like sitting around making plans for the day. He's probably on the ship somewhere.
yeah.
listen,
Does
Nomad, I
he
know
react
you've
at
got a
all
message.
when Nomad says that?
Sorry.
When
what
he
was that?
starts talking, sorry, does Eddie react at all when Nomad starts talking about an unchecked artifact that could, be dangerous in the wrong hands?
Give me an insight check.
You understand, right, Eddie? Eddie Jamjar.
I haven't really heard of any artifacts there. And of course, if I did, I would not be disclosed or able to disclose it to you anyway.
That's
Well,
fair.
now I'm going to make an inside check since he said that.
But I have heard that there are some ruins there. I've heard it's a little bit dangerous.
Eddie, do you know if a woman with bald head, white eye,
Bald head, white eyes. I don't think I know anyone like that, no.
or you do but you cannot tell us?
Then yeah, you're smart. You're figuring it out. I couldn't really tell you.
How well does Eddie Jamjar float?
How well does he float? He's buoyant. He's mammalian. He can float.
Excellent. Will he start telling the truth if you throw him overboard?
You can't throw them overboard. You have to threaten to throw them overboard. Otherwise, if they're overboard, they can't tell you anything.
Exactly.
Oh, this
Adam
is true.
stepping
I
in,
have
y'all
never
throwing
done
Eddie
this
overboard.
before.
Yeah, you also
We're
need
not
to make
throwing
sure
Eddie overboard.
you need to make sure you get the zone of truth because you can't really get tortured information out of somebody unless you have some way to verify it. Otherwise, they'll just lie.
Oh, it's not torture if they're already dying.
All right, so we zone of truth and then we throw him overboard.
There you go. Well, no, you zone of truth me, and then you threaten to throw
Threaten
me
to
overboard.
throw you overboard.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah, because if we throw him out of the zone of truth, then he's not in the zone of truth anymore.
Yeah,
correct.
ideally, you
correct.
never actually have to throw him anyway. You just want to get him scared with the implication of.
Right.
But
Because
then we don't get to throw him.
It's the throw that could be. That's what gets him.
It's the implications. Of being alone on a
The
boat.
implication.
For what it's worth, no
Of course,
man.
we would never throw him, but it's the
We
implication.
would never throw him.
Sorry, go ahead, Gail.
Since we all know that we're not actually going to throw Eddie over the board, and even Eddie
Yes.
knows that.
I like Eddie.
No man, could you possibly send to Joker and see how he's doing?
I shall
We-
do this.
I just saw the reminder in the Twitch chat. We have a card he gave us to send to him magically with his plan.
Oh, that will save mana.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we could just be like, "Hey, is it done?"
Let's do that. I feel like
Okay.
Gil's holding on.
It's definitely not.
Yeah,
One's
I don't
inventory.
see it in anyone's inventory fact. That's so weird.
Not fact.
Oh, God, I'm so terrible. I'm so sorry.
This is
Nor do I
weird.
see a
Worst
spyglass. I
DM
don't see a
ever.
magnifying glass in mine either.
All right, well, put it in party loot. Somebody has a communication card for Joker.
I'll write it down.
Okay.
Shoe
Well, he
hat.
is my dad, so
Holding on to
I feel like you held on to it because of that. Actually,
It's my favorite
Probably.
theory.
specific.
Probably stuck it in your hat.
I think you stuck it in your hat.
Yeah,
No.
you stuck it in your hat.
No.
No.
Oh, that
I
makes a lot
can't
of
do
sense.
that. I have an ace. I have my ace from my real dad up there. Can't soil that.
Well, Ace, can you actually call Joker and just ask your maybe dad if the ship is coming along and if it'll be ready tomorrow, like you said, like he promised us.
What should I say exactly? Should I say like, "Hey, how's the ship? Do we need to break your kneecaps?"
Something like that.
Sorry, I should probably say, "Hey, Dad, how's the ship? Should I break your kneecaps?"
Maybe not. Maybe not the first part or the last part.
What is the limitation on how much we can communicate with this?
So it's like a pair of sending stone. You get it casts sending 3 ways each time, so you have 6 total. Sendings. Each sending is 25 words back and forth. It's a lot. It's enough to have a conversation. I'm not gonna we don't have to worry about tracking it as long as you're not sending a million things.
For breakfast, I had oatmeal. No, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll pull out the card. Hey, Joker, it's Ace. How's the ship going along?
That wasn't what we told you to say at all.
We need to find-
It's all right, I guess. Engines are done. All the complex stuff is done. The hard part is just getting the hull built, and I'm just like, I was able to hire a little bit of help. I pulled some favors. I pulled some strings. I got a buddy over here. No, it doesn't go there. No, that goes over. Yeah, there. It's going. I could use more manpower, but the complex stuff is done. It's just there. It's getting everything built now.
You
We
hear
have
that,
69.
manpower?
We have 69 kobolds.
Nice.
He is your dad.
Can that be the title? We have 69 kobolds.
Nice.
Parentheses, nice.
All right. Well, tell him that we'll be there soon.
We'll be there soon. So keep working hard.
Sure thing. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
We're coming there now.
Oh, well. Okay.
Drop by 69
Alright.
kobolds.
Is that going to be a good idea? Weren't there? I'm trying to remember what we did when we were in Salt Bowl. Wasn't there people looking for you specifically in Salt Bowl?
Yeah,
Wanted,
but they were looking for me specifically, and I have a plan to deal with that.
Last
Is
thing
it
we did there was
completely
find a
inauspicious?
dragon. That is accurate.
I wonder if we're gonna have another gang war. That was fun.
Ideally not.
I thought it was kind of fun.
Yeah, see, Batu knows what's up.
until Mr. White nearly killed everyone.
That was fine.
I didn't almost die. I just broke a couple of ribs. Straightened right
Alright.
out.
I don't know. I feel like every time you're faced with flying reptiles, you almost die.
This is kind of true, Vasu.
I do still have Mr. White's things, his cigars and his clothes and such. We could try looking in on him from Shul's Magic Core before we go to
Yeah.
Salt Bowl. I don't know how well that sort of thing works on a dragon, but
It might be worth looking in.
couldn't hurt to see what's going on in Air Cage also, in case anyone's gone there since we've been gone.
We should definitely start moving pretty soon, though.
I agree. Let's get going as soon as we can.
So, will we have time to commune with this?
I'm sure that only takes a few minutes.
It does, but I can't do it until tomorrow night, not tonight.
Well, we already
But if
spent
we need
most
a-
of the day researching, so I assume it's about supper time anyway. We could spend the rest of the night here, regroup, and get on our way.
Can I make my religion check at some point too
Yes,
for the Sayura stuff?
absolutely. So you head over to the Sayura Temple. Let me go pull up my notes for this too to make sure I don't lead anyone astray. Sayura. Okay. So you are pointed in the direction of this temple, and it is basically like just an enormous sphere that has been this sphere-shaped building. There's a little ramp that leads up to the side of it, and then you basically go straight into the side of it. And inside you find this hollowed-out sphere that is lined with bookshelves going up. There are statues, paintings, and artwork that kind of line the lower levels of it. There are multiple places inside of here where walkways and catwalks and bridges kind of connect through the middle of this big open spherical temple. But then you can see that up near the top, the very tippy dome of the sphere is all glass. It lets a bunch of sunlight in, and there is a very large statue. Appears to be an altar of some sort. And you can see that at the top of the staircase leading up to that, there are also a couple of robed priests that are wearing holy symbols of Sayura. Everyone in here that is associated with the temple is wearing this very sheer satin-like clothing that seems to almost change colors in the light as it moves around. Almost like, you know, those weird like car materials that look different in different lighting, or even those weird jackets, like the puffy jackets that all the cool kids are wearing these days. Fuck, I'm old. Anyway, lots of like opalescent colors and changing colors and things that refract differently based on the lighting, stuff like that. And they welcome you in and ask if they can help.
Yes, thank you. I'm hoping somebody here could either teach me about or point me in the direction where I might be able to learn about Sayura's, I don't know, I guess influence in the world and maybe any relationship she might have with the mother.
Of course, the Deep Mother. Ooh, that's... I'd have to do some looking, but I can teach you what I know about Sayura for sure. She does look at you and immediately recognizes your holy symbol. As is kind of customary and as you've grown used to. It's almost like everyone's suddenly on high alert. It's like there's... it's like corporate has come in and they're inspecting the shop. You've definitely experienced this at a lot of temples everywhere you go. Everybody kind of puts on a good show, like they're dealing with a secret shopper or whatever. But they're happy to help you kind of learn everything there is to learn. Go ahead and give me religion with advantage. Perfect. You would learn that Sayura is also very closely tied to the concepts of alchemy, reactions, and evolution and growth. Of the four prime gods, her role is to produce an abundance of material. She is very typically seen as a goddess of fertility, food, and growth. She is very interested in making life flourish and expand. Let's see. Her domains are life and nature and knowledge. She doesn't seem to have any sort of actual official connection to the Deep Mother, and in fact, nobody here probably knows much about the Deep Mother. You might find one cleric that has like heard tales or knows the name. But as you learn more and more about what she's about, it's very clear that her goals are closely aligned. She's very interested in the proliferation of life, abundance. She doesn't necessarily mind civilization and structure, but ultimately what is important to her is simply that life flourishes.
Okay.
And if you have like any very specific questions, they can help you with that too. But that's just the brief overview that you would learn.
Does Orinar sprouting gills after being like tossed into the ocean, and I'm not gonna like if this requires me talking to a cleric directly, I would probably avoid doing that.
Sure.
But does it seem like it's in her wheelhouse, or?
There are stories of her like blessing people with miracles. Most of the time, the miracles are simply kind of your standard fare for gods, the curing of diseases. There are stories in the past of one or two grand heroes that were brought back to life from the dead by her. Famous, important heroes at very dark moments in history. There have been times where she has, as far as like bodily alterations go, sometimes her clerics will sprout wings. She very much likes to imbue flight to her followers. Typically, those wings are multicolored, almost like a dragonfly, with kind of an opalescent sheen to it. Gills nothing really in her wheel set, screams gills, and you don't really find a lot of other bodily modifications in her, in the stories of what she's done for her followers.
Okay, sorry, one more thing and then I'll be done, I promise.
Sure.
Does she seem to have a special relationship to Three Creen? I know we've kind of seen that, like, her Three Creen clerics look a very specific way. Is that just kind of typical of all clerics, or?
She would definitely be pretty popular with Three Creen. She doesn't really have an innate connection. It's not like she invented or, birthed all the Three Creen, or she's like their patron god or anything. She's just kind of a popular choice with them. That's really all there is to it.
Cool. That's all I got.
All right. But yeah, as Nordo said, you guys have spent a lot of the day doing research. It's probably getting to about dinner time to kind of settle in. Nothing else has really, there haven't been any attacks, you haven't been stalked by anything. The storm is still going on, but everybody is kind of used to it. You get the sense that this place deals with bad weather fairly often.
Yeah, I have
we
a
all having
question.
dinner at my house.
Yeah, I assume you guys all kind of regroup over at Vasu's place whenever you're ready. Nomad, what's up?
Right, so what's the commerce like here?
Commerce is flourishing. Most of the trade is with Yara to the south, but you do see that there is an active harbor. You do see that there are a lot of foreign sales that are kind of locked in right now because of the storm, but some of them are still trying to kind of like, chance it and leave, because they've got places to be, and the storm is, who knows how long it's going to last. You see lots of sales from Willingquet. Flick would recognize some sales from Seatoll. There are a couple of flags that are bearing Salt Bowl emblems on them. But there is just a little bit of trade with Achabiata, although relations are very, very tense between the two. They are technically officially at war.
And they have lots of magical stones here, right? That's still stones, rather.
They have a decent quantity. They have a lot in the area, but unlike Gyara and Salt Bowl and some of these other places that have a thriving economy because they mine them all up and sell them, Eisenmar is very much about the natural preservation of them, which is probably related to the fact that if they mine too many of these crystals up, they're going to blow up their own islands.
Fair. Is there a market for, like, someone to work the stones for them? Like, if Nomad was to set up a stall and say, hey, I'll enchant your items for you for this much money.
Oh, absolutely. There are definitely a couple of other enchanters in town. Vasu actually is pretty knowledgeable about that. He came here at the start of the campaign to get a few things made. But artificing work is always in high demand. People love magic items, and there's not enough artificers to always produce them. So yeah,
Do I need a light?
you could try to find some work if you want to just kill downtown by doing some work.
Yeah. Basically, like, there's nothing else I can do here except, and I'm broke, so I feel like I should try and make some money.
Yeah, of course. If you want to spend your downtime trying to just make some spare coin, then I guess give me... are you just doing this on your own, or do you have a special approach plan? Is anyone helping?
Oh, I'm just going to make, like, a stall and a sign with my beautiful, beautiful forgery and calligraphy.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask if, like, someone wants to, like, do some barking for me, because I'm not very good at, like, communicating myself. I ask, like, hey, if you want, you can get a split of this, like, while trying to make money.
Ooh, count me in.
You know this place very well, so...
Yeah. I'll play a jaunty tone and draw a crowd in.
All right.
Hell, I think I could even demonstrate. I mean, you enchanted a couple of things for me.
Of course. I just do not know if I would be very entertaining. It's going to take hours of just working on one item.
All right. Having the help of a local definitely helps. Let me go ahead and get a persuasion check from either of you to just kind of draw business in and be pleasant and work with customers. And then a Tinker's Tools check to actually do the work. And we'll see how you guys do.
That's
Can-
Vasu. I'll
Can
be
I
doing
sell you on literally just an instrument check instead of persuasion? Since I'm playing music to draw a crowd in.
Give me a performance check or an instrument check, and if you do well, that might give you advantage on your persuasion. Yeah, with the
Good.
assistance of music, I'll say you can do persuasion at advantage.
believe in you.
Ooh,
You're able to draw in a little bit of business.
Basu is playing the instrument very well, and he's just like, "Come on over and buy this shit. It's
We'll
very
start
good
throwing
shit."
money at Vasu and ignore Nomad.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that come and listen to the music, and then at the end of each song, there's like oh, by the way, check out our enchanting services pitch. And people are like, oh, I'm okay, I guess, sure.
Oh, right. I guess he's here too.
I kind of forgot about that part. Sorry, it's real hard to work into a song.
It is all right. You become passionate. This is important.
It's a great song, an okay jingle. But the okay jingle does end up sending a few customers over, and you're able to get some work done. Yeah, you probably are over the course of the afternoon able to make like 2 or 3 just little trinkets for people. Somebody wants you to kind of give them an automatic broom that sweeps the house for them. Somebody was hoping that you can enchant their hoe to make the dirt automatically kind of more enriched and full of nutrients. Just very basic day-to-day, mundane kind of enchantment. And by the end of the day, you're able to make, after paying for the materials that you use and refilling your own supplies. Gonna make sure I don't freak out and give you too much here. Hang on.
Okay, I'm broke. I have literally no money, so they have to bring their own stones to be. I'm only enchanting. I'm not providing stuff.
You're able to make 8 gold.
That's not bad, but with Vasu, that's 4.
Nah, keep it. I got plenty.
Oh, thank you. At least take 2.
Oh.
We have
I-
to split, or it's
I
not.
will not.
Okay, how about I buy you dinner?
But Ma's already cooking. You know what she would do to me if she knew that I ate before I came home?
What about dessert? Can I buy you dessert?
She might already have something planned for that too. We can see. Come on, let's get back.
Well, isn't your mother just perfect?
Yeah, kinda.
Let's go home and meet your perfect mother some more.
You guys reach
Nomad, why are you in such a foul mood recently? What's going on?
We have been attacked non-stop.
Do you need a break? Do you want a massage? Or maybe a bath?
Sounds very nice. My concern currently is that we go to the house or we stay here a little longer, and which we need. And more of these lightning things will come out of the sea or the air, attack our kobold friends, or
You know what? Leave that to me. I will keep watch. You relax a bit. Okay? A god can't be stressed, or his followers will be stressed, and you don't want to stress out Moat.
well, there is a god of stress.
Yeah, but that's like his whole thing. You can't take his thing.
I will take his thing and become stronger for it.
Well, one step at a time.
Yeah, but for now, he's going to make like a mimosa and like chill.
You guys are able to regroup at Vasu's and have a wonderful dinner. And unless anybody has any remaining plans for the night, it does go smoothly. You are not attacked tonight. And you guys wake up with a long rest.
Oh shoot, it's a long rest.
I think. I'm waiting for this to...
Yeah, it is.
Oh, I think Roll20's freaking out and is going to do 2 days at once here in a second.
No ace drop.
I'm back. My headset died. But so like Brandon, you said you make a memo, and then my headset was like, time to die.
A mimosa.
A mimosa. I heard you were making a memo, and I'm like, for what? This makes a lot more sense.
What do I roll for making alcoholic drink?
I think there's like a whole kit for that.
By which I mean I have 8 gold, and maybe I can just buy some and then mix them myself.
Nomad. What happens if you drink? Has Nomad drank around me before?
He's drunk like grog and ale to fit in.
Does it do anything?
It does.
No, he doesn't drink a lot. Is the thing. He just he has a sip.
You should probably have wine. It seems to fit more of your aesthetic.
All right.
Ooh, we could make you a cup out of a
Swirl it.
skull.
Is this really my aesthetic?
Gross.
I do not know. Bone is a little porous.
True.
But you know what? The brain matter, if there's any left behind inside the skull, will add flavor. I might be able
This is true.
Ugh.
We find the skull goblet.
I'm sure we can just get one from like all the orcs when we go there.
Is this fine? I know
Oh.
the Chelsea work.
Sorry. There. Okay. You guys do wake up on Sunday morning. The rain has it's still drizzling, but it is a little softer today than it has been for the past week or so. Everything is kind of quiet and calm. You can hear birds that are starting to kind of get a little more adventurous in the rain. Occasionally seagulls will kind of venture out and dive under the water, grab themselves a fish, or start stealing food from people walking around. There's just a little bit more life, a little bit more noise and jubilation as people are comfortable kind of traveling in this drizzle. And you guys are refreshed and ready to go.
Right. What shall we do?
Sorry, this is just a little thing, but at some point during the night of having dinner with Voss's family, can I just pull D aside for a second by himself?
Sure.
Oh,
It's nothing major. I just want to kind of pull him aside a little bit, check to make sure Vasu's not watching. Just be like, hey, D, look, this is a little weird and I barely know you, but I just want you to know that Vasu thinks a lot of you, talks about you all the time, and, well, I don't know,
How much is he paying you to say this?
oh, he ain't paying me none, he just, and I know it's strange coming out of the blue saying something like this, but I didn't get a chance to be real close with my family growing up, and just, you know, he thinks a lot of you. Thought you should know that. You two seem like the type maybe not to say it to each other all that often. So I'll be the weirdo stranger to say it.
At first, as he's kind of pulled aside, he gets this kind of strange look on his face. But then, as he listens, you can tell that it's sinking in, and he has to maintain this air of being a little bit of a shit. But he does look over to Vasu as you guys are talking about him, and you do see a little bit of a smile break across his face, and he's like, "All right, I get it. I guess. Thanks for telling me. Yeah. I know he does. I just it's like you said, we're not really the type to say it. It's kind of weird, right?
I suppose, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I didn't get a whole lot of time with my family growing up. We're going to be leaving soon and going off to do something real dangerous. And I sure do wish I would have got a chance to say goodbye to the people that mattered to me when I had one.
Give me a
I guess that's
persuasion.
all I'm saying.
Give me a persuasion check. Okay, he listens, and there's a moment of you can tell that he's kind of processing some things. And
Anyhow, I didn't mean to make anything weird. I'll get back to cooking.
no, I see, I see what you're trying to say. You'll keep him safe, right?
Well, I think he'll be the one keeping the rest of us safe, but if he needs it, I surely will.
All right. Thanks, dude.
Sure thing, dude. Just go back to cooking.
Sure. At some point, as you guys kind of wrap up your food and start to discuss where you're going next, Dee does come over to you, Vasu, probably a couple hours later. It's like, hey, you stay safe out there, all right? I don't want to cheat. I gotta get better than you, and you still gotta be around for that, right? You don't get to, like, run off and die like a hero, and then everybody pretends that you were always the better one.
Look at him for a minute, probably blink a few times, and then just be like, yeah, of course. That'd be like winning by default, if you were better just because I died or something.
Exactly. I don't want no asterisks.
You ain't no coward. You ain't no bitch.
Damn straight.
Yeah, I'll be safe. Careful is my middle name.
And he kind of stands there awkwardly for a couple seconds, and then, like, real slowly, like, sticks a hand out to give you a handshake.
I'm just gonna pick him up and hug him.
All right. He kind of awkwardly hugs back, and then it's like, okay, all right, okay, yeah, no, all right, yeah, there we go, we're good.
Nope, I'm holding him.
Oh, let go, you asshole. Ma! He won't let go. Vasu, put your brother down.
I'm just showing him how much I appreciate him.
Well, you're gonna break his neck.
Come on, brothers don't shake hands. Brothers got a hug.
And he, like, okay, hang on.
Is this a grapple attempt?
He tries to, like,
Oh, shit.
right in the gut, but, like, you've got him pretty tight. He's not able to do it. He starts, like, struggling free.
Tries to gut punch you. As brothers do.
As brothers do.
Eventually, you guys get everything kind of packed up, ready to go. If you are ready to go, I don't know if you had anything left to do in town.
I mean, I'm just gonna, probably have a very long-winded goodbye with my family that we don't need to roleplay. Although I am gonna make you do one more voice,
Okay.
because before I leave, I do want to show off my spear to Dad. You're like, hey, look at all the cool shit I did to it.
Okay, hang on. What does your dad sound like? He's from Gyara?
It's Tabaxi, so you can
Boy, it's
really
probably
go crazy with
I
it.
forgot
What
about
the
them.
fuck did you do to your stick?
it's probably just gonna be a voice until I think of a better one. It's pretty impressive. Where'd you learn to do all that?
I mean, I didn't do most of it. I just kind of, held the stones in place. But these two, they're like savants. And I'm gonna grab Nomad and Gale awkwardly under each shoulder and kind of like pull them in.
No, right, we gotta get Noel to do it. Well, that's good. Like, it's good to see that you found good company. That's one of the most important parts of staying alive out there. You take care of them, they'll take care of you.
Yeah, we've been pretty good about that so far. Hey, carry him,
Vasu's
too.
Perfect father.
What was that about a perfect father?
Hello, Vasu's perfect father. I do not think our names were exchanged. I am no.
And I'm looking at the wiki.
I don't know if his name has ever come up.
I don't
in
know.
That's
that.
an
no,
interesting
it
Tabaxi
totally
name.
is.
Looking at the wiki.
I did come up with like traditional Tabaxi names for
You-
all of the Tabaxi side of my family, and
Looking at the wiki.
Boss is actually probably going to get like a big shit-eating grin and be like, "Yeah, go on, Dad, introduce yourself."
So I wish I would have remembered this because it would have influenced. It's nice to meet you. I'm River.
River.
Yeah, River.
He looks at Gil. What do I say now? We've been introduced. It is pleasant to meet you, River. Thank you for your hospitality. I enjoy your perfect wife's food.
Uh, she's a real catch, isn't she? And he kind of gives you just this little bit of a strange look, and then a weird look back to Vasu.
You caught her?
It's
In a net this big. I'll hold my arms out.
You should have seen it. It was impressive. I couldn't believe it.
The mating rituals of top worlders will always confuse.
So, Vasu, tell me about your friend here.
Oh, he's a strange one.
Top worlder.
Hi, this is my friend Nomad.
You know, floating islands.
He's the mind flayer. Probably don't actually say that. Like, yeah, he doesn't get out much. It might be kind of rude or stereotypical to say he lives under a rock, but might have actually lived under a rock at some point. You know,
Oh, I
The
have,
common.
yes.
I see. Well, just make sure you're taking care of yourself. I trust your judgment.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy. Wicked smart.
Wicked smart. Anyway, I actually need to be taking off today too. I'm supposed to get back down to my station for at least a little bit. Apparently all of this rain has pushed some of the bugs farther north than normal. Travel safe, especially if you're going out in all of this. It looks like it's better today, at least.
Yeah, we will. You be safe too.
Of course, always.
I love your perfect family.
But then
Why do you keep saying it like that?
right?
Because it is. I have not seen a family actually up close. This is the first time. This seems perfect. There's a mother and a father and a sibling, and they do not fight, and they eat together, and they're all alive. And no one is
Well,
dying. I mean, sure, the island is falling apart, but the family isn't.
I kind of agree with friend Nomad. It is all pretty perfect.
I mean, I don't want to put labels on it or brag or nothing, but we do, we do plenty of fighting too. You just caught us on a good day.
Oh. Do families always fight?
Brothers always fight.
Oh, that's
It's a
normal.
Yeah,
Well,
that's true.
Well, Leah and I fought growing up too, so I don't think it's just brothers.
Ace and I do not fight.
This is true.
Yeah, it is mostly I get into trouble and then he pulls me out of it. I
Alright.
once tried to buy brains, you see, at a market.
Yeah, that didn't go so well.
That was a long chase.
Well, I tried to convince them that he meant that he was stupid and needed to buy knowledge. They didn't buy it.
I thought they sold lamb brains.
They
They
sold
just throw it away.
lamb freeze. It's similar, but not the same.
I misheard.
Speaking of getting into trouble, let's go steal some statues.
I love that glimpse of what, like, dinner conversation when someone's hosting you for dinner is like for a mind flayer. I once tried to purchase a lamb brain at a market. Ha 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 ha.
This is not deception, but it is still a joke.
I agree. That's. By the way,
Experience was both
Megan,
traumatic and humorous.
I'm not necessarily opposed to swinging by that temple for all the rest of that cursed gold, but what are you planning on doing with all that?
Buying a favor.
Seems reasonable to me.
From whom?
No one that you need to worry about.
Accepted.
It just makes me worry more when you say it like that.
Wait, you accepted that?
say Norda throws an insight check out if roll 20 roll.
You say it's no one I have to worry about. I trust you implicitly. You would never betray us.
Need to worry about him? Do we need to know about him at least?
No, you've met.
When has Nomad ever thrown an insight check? He's proficient in it.
So unless it's like straight up lie versus not lie, I typically let you guys use insight and deception amongst yourselves however you see fit. So Gale can kind of respond to these insight checks however he wants. As far as I know, I don't think he's straight up lying, so I can't give you a whole lot.
No, I'm not lying. But obviously, like, not obviously hiding something.
Right.
I have a terrible idea, and I don't want people to get in the way of it because it's a bad idea.
That
Can
tracks.
you read the word bad idea on his face?
Yeah, Nordo and Ace can probably tell that he's scheming and he's being a little bit coy about it.
All right, just don't cause us trouble. I mean, I know you will, but like, maybe make it like a small amount of trouble as possible.
The mutiny clock ticks
Oh,
1 minute
it's-
closer.
I'm not gonna go, like, buying brains in the market.
It is true. He has gone into far less trouble than I have. Also, since the long rest has happened, I want to also switch my enhancements. So I'm going to remove the enchantment from the tentacle rope and make it just a regular rope for now. I'm gonna put it into my scale mail. My AC with my enhanced shield is now 19.
Nice. It's crazy.
I am a wizard.
I was going to say, AC 19 Wizard is pretty nuts.
Did he eat a long rest?
You did, yeah.
Yeah, we got a long
Okay.
rest. Just remind me that the tentacle is currently not working. It's just a regular rope. Look, it's so limp. Splat.
All right. Unless you have any last minute business, you guys pack up and begin to head off to the south.
Hey, Nomad and Gale, come here for a second.
Were we
I need
going
to
to,
talk to
hold on, before we leave, were we going to stay the night so I could do the commute with the city, or do you want to just go ahead and head out and do that later?
We already stayed the night. I was going to say, just make sure to do that before we leave.
No, I have to do it tonight. That's what I was saying. Like I get it back after the long rest, but I can't do it until the nighttime.
Gotcha. I don't know if we can.
But, I mean, we can come back later.
Yeah.
Besides, that just
Though
means
it
that
could
we can,
have.
that just means that we can use it on a different city. Like maybe when we get to
Yeah.
Beetlejuice, we can use it to find out information about this artifact or something.
That's
or even,
true.
or we can even talk to Dragon's Roost
Yes.
or Firebird Roost.
Yeah, I think we've learned a lot from Ismar already, just from looking at books and such. Might be better off using it elsewhere, and then we can get a move on.
Yeah. So before we leave, we just have to put up some precautionary things. Vasu, like if you warn everyone about these specific druids, not all druids, just the ones in these robes, and to keep an eye out for anyone attempting this ritual again. If they prevent it, the island should not fall.
Didn't Jojo warn everyone though?
Might have, but
Yeah.
like we might have provided some extra insight.
Yeah, between the stories that you guys have told and also, like, Vasu kind of debriefing everyone, they get the idea. They stay on the lookout. They say that they will keep a vigilant eye out for those druids. They will start to focus some of their divination on spotting incoming threats.
Yeah.
They'll definitely start to set up alerts and wards to keep an eye out for that sort of thing.
I have a question about what keeps these islands floating.
Sure.
What is it that they have inside that prevents magic from moving?
That prevents them from falling.
No, that prevents magic from moving something. What do they have? What part of the mechanism is warded against being moved by magic?
For for a stillstone.
Yeah,
Okay.
because the druids did something to move something that can't normally be moved by magic.
It was
What
lead.
did they move?
It was lead.
It was
Yeah.
a giant lead block.
Yeah, what's in it?
Lead.
Just lead.
Lead
Yeah,
is
lead
lead is like
itself.
really dense, which is why a lot of magic spells are like, unless it's so many inches of lead.
Yeah, Gordon, give me an Arcana check. No,
Yeah.
you would almost certainly
Yeah,
know
but
this.
yeah. Here's the thing: like you can move lead with a mage hand, for example.
Right.
It doesn't matter. But they did something specific. You move it via teleporting it through something. You know. Let's see, Arcana. 33.
God damn it, Nomad. Will you Christ.
Again, only on lore.
Yeah, lore checks and knowledge checks exclusively. So you would know very, very intimately that lead is valuable because lead does not have a strong connection to the weave for some reason. It's a very inert material. It's very dense, but there are more dense materials. Gold, for instance, is more dense than lead is. So it's not just the density that's applied. There's something that is very specific and structurally different about lead that makes it difficult for lead to form tethers to the weave. You might not understand all of the science behind it, but honestly, Nomad probably understands the science behind it more than I've really fleshed it out.
Yeah.
You would know that it's still a physical object, so any magic that can kind of interact with a physical object can typically interact with lead, which is why a mage hand can pick it up. But when it is targeted by magic, when it is the target of a magical spell, like levitate or other things like that, then it can sometimes kind of get diffused. It has a lot of inherent anti-magical properties that are not themselves magical.
Yeah. So what I saw, if just correct me because I might not be remembering this right, was the druids moved this lead ball into the mountain
Right.
and out the back. Was
You-
that what happened?
You saw it go into the mountain. You never saw it go
Yeah.
back out the other side.
Yeah. Okay. So they enclosed the lead around the still stone.
Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like. It almost like the stone was kind of gobbling it up as it was pushed through.
Yeah, but the ritual they cast was something that let the lead through.
Yeah, at least some part of the ritual that you were watching, some small part
Yeah.
of that ritual was letting lead pass through stone.
Okay. I feel like they were casting it on the stone more than the lead.
It's certainly possible. And again, because it was a big complex ritual and not just a single spell, there's a lot to identify, a lot of things that are moving all at the same
Yeah.
time.
On the ship, I'd like to spend downtime, like, kind of, what's the word here? Like, when you're doing something backwards to figure it out.
Sure, reverse engineer.
The spell, the ritual, yeah, reverse engineering the spell itself. The ritual that they did, and trying to figure out all the components to it,
Sure.
how it worked.
Yeah, you can definitely try to do some research, try to figure out exactly what they were doing, kind of reverse engineer this thing. It'll be a long process, but you're very good at this, and I'll start working on some notes for you.
Yeah, we're flying in the air, and there's nothing else I can do.
Yeah, exactly. Might as well do some research.
Yeah.
Vasu.
Just a couple quick things while we're still in Eisenmar. Since we got a new long rest, I'm gonna pull aside Gale and Nomad.
Yes.
Just while we're still in town, if they feel like it, if they want to, do some special meditation with me.
Is your mom gonna be there?
She could be, but she's not gonna get anything out of this.
Okay.
I don't know. Do I have a social link with my mother? Can I give her a spell over this long rest too?
Wait, are you linking together people's key?
Kinda.
Oh, that's like really
Is
advanced.
that bad?
No, it's great. It's really advanced. I'm actually very proud of you.
Thank you. I can only do it with like 2 other people at a time, and not everybody. It's kind of weird.
Being able to link anything at all is kind of rare, actually. I don't think I've heard of anyone doing that around here for like 15, 20 years.
I mean, I'm some kind of prodigy or something.
You must be. I swear. My boy's all grown up. He's special. Some sort of hero or something.
Vasu gets the biggest shit-eating grin that anybody has ever seen since they've met him.
Hey, don't let that
Over
go
at
to your
Dean,
head.
he's like, no, I just look over at Dean. I'm like, you hear that? Nobody's done that for years around these parts. Like
You're
catching up to
summer
do, little
sun.
D.
He just gives you the bird. He doesn't have a good response.
I love it. Then, assuming they're okay with meditating and getting a free spell over the long rest, we all get Fog Cloud.
I absolutely would enjoy meditating. It might calm me down a little.
Probably need it.
Oh, I feel calmer and foggy.
So yeah, mark that. You get one free cast of Fog Cloud until the next long rest.
Sure, let me just put that in.
Or in town, whether I'm doing it with people or merchants here, or just getting Gale and Nomad to help me out with that too. I did want to try to move around some still stones in my cloak a little bit more to hopefully make it not attunement.
Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, you'd already got the stones for that. It's just a matter of doing a check, I think.
Yeah, I've got 2 level 3 whites, so hopefully with those we can make something work.
Wrong page. Da-da-da-da.
I will add help.
So you would know that if you want to try to make it non-attunement, you're going to need to reduce it to a single level 3 white.
I'm saying I have 2 level 3 whites in my inventory on hand that I can use for this.
Oh, perfect.
Let me pull up what I actually have in there, because I think I have that noted.
It looks like 2 level 1 whites, actually. Oh, right. Okay, that's
2
right.
level 1 whites.
Okay. Yeah, you basically just need them to pull them out, put them back in, and roll high enough to make it not attunement. So this is literally just 2 hours of work and a fresh check.
Cool. Would it be using the same stones, or would it be like cheaper, more effective to use a bigger, higher level stone instead of 2 level 1s?
It'd be the same stone. You could actually try to fit 1 more in, so you could use it 4 times per long instead of twice per long.
That'd be fantastic.
That would require a higher check to make it non-attunement, but it's still doable.
2 times for long rest and no attunement is good for now, so we'll try that.
All right. Then whoever's doing it, give me a check real quick.
Help however I can. I give advantage or anything with like
25.
Yeah, with the 2 of them working together, that's a 25, and then they're the right color, so that bumps it up to a 30. The only thing that changes about your cloak is that it no longer requires attunement.
Fuck yes. And then I can take that time and the free attunement slot to attune to those bracers of defense that I bought last session. I have 21 AC.
Easy peasy.
Nice.
All right.
Thank you, Gale and Nomad.
You're
I
most
give them
welcome.
each a soft peck. It's actually a peck because I have a beak, you see.
Imagine it clicks against his mask like.
With that said, I believe all of your business in Isomar is wrapped up. You guys begin to ship off. Let me go ahead and get a sailing check from somebody to start heading south.
Second captain or first captain?
Or just whoever does it.
Then we need 2, because 2 boats.
Oh, right. Good call. Yeah. Give me a couple.
Someone was just tethered to.
Yeah, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and head out now. It's been a long,
For sure.
long
see you.
week.
Feel better soon.
Well, yeah, I'll try to watch it when you guys post it and catch up on everything.
A bunch of people have
You
to
guys-
leave soon, I think.
I was going to
so-
say, it might end up being kind of a shorter session anyway.
Okay,
So I've got to go.
but
about
if
15
we
minutes.
run into battle, feel free to shoot stuff for me.
Perfect. Yeah, it sounds
You
like a
wanna
couple folks have to leave early, so we'll probably wrap up here in a little bit. That just gets us more to do next time. With that
Like enough
said,
that I should just stay, or are you taking like another hour?
we'll probably at least get down to Southball, and then we'll just like kind of talk with whoever wants to talk and go from there.
Yeah.
All right, talk to my dad for me. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
All right.
now.
Those are okay. They're not great. The weather is okay today. I guess somebody give me a D4, and you are looking for a 3. 3 is ideal here. Okay. In order to kind of get around a little bit of a storm cell, you guys are having trouble navigating through everything without getting dangerously close to some of these hook diamonds and possibly causing damage to yourself or to the islands or to the ship. So you end up going just a little bit farther west than expected. You do lose a little bit of travel time, but not a ton. By the end of the first day, you guys end up kind of right over here, which coincidentally is pretty close to where Gale and Vasu first met. Then
Over
go ahead.
at some point during the day, probably shortly after we leave Eisenmar, actually, Do we want to use that scrying orb and take a look in on Mr. White before we go to Salt Bowl? See if, I don't know, see if we can see where he's at? Or do we want to hold off on that for now?
Sorry, could you repeat that? You broke off for a
Oh.
bit.
Do we want to use the scrying orb and that magic key to try to look in on Mr. White before we go to Salt Bowl?
You know, that sounds important. We should at least do that before flying.
To say the orb
We
we
can
can
do
use
it
every hour, but
during
we'd have
flight.
to use up the key is the problem.
Yeah.
But yeah, probably at some point during that sailing day if everyone wants to do that.
All right, then give me a time of day, and I will make a save.
Let's shoot for like 3 in the afternoon.
Okay,
Spring.
3 in the afternoon. Let me go double check the item. I think it's DC 15.
And I do have some of his possessions.
Okay, yeah, DC 15, and then yeah, hit me with those possessions.
I have fancy cigars in a case, and his clothes, and one other thing. His pocket watch, his clothing, and some cigars.
Okay, so you've met him firsthand, so that's -5, and you have a possession, so that's another -4. So he's got a -9 to this. The DC is 15. Here we go.
Do we also have like spotty?
Oh, we were.
That's not what I was expecting.
Okay, 3 in the afternoon. You begin to scry, and you receive a vision. The first thing that you notice in this vision is this emerald color that is kind of muted out by the drizzle of rain. You're outdoors, and the emerald seems to be shining up from an oasis, a pool of water. You can see that there are tall kind of spires of rock that poke up out of it. Let me pull this up. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. You do see that there are kind of birds flying in circles around some of these tall spires of rock that kind of poke up from this little lake or oasis. It's a little too big to be an oasis and a little too small to be anything other than like a lake, so somewhere between a pond and a lake. But you do see that kind of reclining under a covered balcony, a little bit masked by the sound of raindrops on a cloth tarp overhead or an awning, is Mr. White, who is in this kind of shark-like form. He is just kind of leaning back, smoking a cigar. You can see that there is somebody next to him. It appears to be another Sahuagin, who is just standing guard, weapon at the ready. Not in a hostile position, but clearly in a guard position. And he seems to be just kind of looking out over this oasis, relaxing. A few minutes go by, and then eventually there are footsteps that come in. You can kind of see behind you that there's a big sandstone building that's a tabaxi in plate armor that looks very similar to Elise's. Walks out carrying a tray that has some food on it, sets some down for Mr. White, some down for his bodyguard, carries the rest over to another small table nearby where you see more of these tabaxi guards, and they all just begin to eat and kind of enjoy these snacks. It looks like there's a tray of just food. There's some sort of alcohol that's poured and served to everyone. Light conversation, mostly just remarking on business, talking about... they do mention that Mr. White at one point is like, this rain is not good for us. We really need to do something about this. And he kind of stares with contempt up towards the sky. Actually, give me a luck check. Okay. Just kind of stares up and looks with a little bit of contempt. It's like, I wish this damn storm would blow over already. But yeah, that's really all you get. It's just some light conversation about business. They mention that the rain is bad, and then they kind of sit and watch over this oasis. And then the vision ends after about 10 minutes or so.
Am I able to tell a location? Like, do I recognize any of the building or
Probably.
architecture?
Give me your choice of like perception or investigation.
For what it's worth, I'm proficient with mason's tools.
Excellent.
helps it.
Yeah, that does definitely help. Yeah, you can do it with advantage actually because you saw that building.
Perception or investigation?
Yep, either one. Yeah, you're able to almost immediately guess where you're at, based not only on the terrain, but the sandstone. You remember that behind the wooden fort where they were selling water back in Saltball, there was kind of a light sandstone-colored building, and this looks fairly similar to that. You imagine that you're probably seeing something right about here.
Where now? Ah,
Excellent.
Well, he's still in Salt Bowl. At least we know that much. Probably best not to spend more time there than we need to.
Yeah.
Although who knows, it'll be a couple days before we get there anyways. Things could have changed.
I doubt he's gonna be moving too much. It's kind of his territory. I don't think most dragons are very keen on just moving.
Well, we know he spends at least a little bit of time flying around that snowy ice island way the fuck over to the south, so just wonder if maybe he'd be there.
It's a good point.
No such luck.
But apart from the scrying, everything does go pretty smoothly. A little slower than normal, but you keep up a good pace, get back on track. There are probably I would say, so you get one rest here. The next day of travel goes about the same, gets you to basically right over Greencastle for another short rest. And then probably late Tuesday evening, around like 7 or 8, is when you get to the back over the Dwarf Giant Hills, where you originally found this ship, and where Gale took the statue.
So we get 2 short rests in there.
Yep, 2 short rests.
Excellent.
With the assistance of my army, I'd like to take as many of these statues and haul them onto the ship as I can.
All right, you definitely have the manpower for it. You have the tools. You have the technology. Let me go double check. I think there were 7 of these things left. Let's see.
Sounds right. 7 or 6. I do make sure that any of the gems are out of them.
Yeah, you do pry all those gems out. Easy enough. No, I was off there.
I can't
5
remember if
left.
there were any left.
I think, if I remember correctly, you had already like pried all the eyes and you chucked them down that hole.
Yeah, I think I
believe
did.
so.
I know I at least did it for the one that I took.
Right.
I'm pretty sure I took the other ones too.
Hey, just to backtrack slightly before I have to go.
Yeah.
When we went to Air Cage just now to use the scrying orb, I would like to just like look around while we're there and see if, at least in that room, and see if it seems like anyone has come or gone since we were last there.
Sure. Yeah, as you discover, like once you go into this door and into the room, if you try to poke your head out of the room, either through the window or back out through the door, it takes you, like your head pops back out at the ship.
Right.
But you're able to take a look at the room that you're currently in, and I guess go ahead and give me an investigation check.
Can I sell you on survival, just physically looking for like tracks of people coming and going?
Oh, sure, you'll get different things, but yeah. Yes, you would be able to tell with a survival of 24 that there is some recent foot traffic. You do actually spot some places where there are some kind of wet footsteps that have dried, but they left just a little bit of film around the edges where they have evaporated. And those seem to be probably about 4 days old. And it looks like they are two sets of people, probably kobolds. They look kobold-sized and kobold-shaped. So 2 kobolds came through here about 4 days ago is what you're able to find.
Okay.
And they seem to just kind of look around. They don't seem to be super active. They seem to be slow-paced. Not in a hurry.
Okay. I'll just mention that to the group, Gale especially. And with that, I must go to work.
Take care.
Good luck.
Have a good
Good
shift.
luck
Bye.
on planes. I'll take the best care I can of the planes.
So the process of getting these 5 remaining statues out, or 5.5, what's left of the first one, it takes probably the better part of maybe 3 or 4 hours. It would put it somewhere around midnight by the time you guys are all done. Elise watches the whole thing with a little bit of a... You can tell there's a little bit of a smile of amusement and a little bit of concern. But, you know, she doesn't throw a fit. She's just maybe a little worried for Gale's safety and all of this.
Vasu's probably standing next to her with the exact same expression.
Right.
Same.
But either way, there's no intervention and everything goes smoothly. And by the time you guys are done, you have hauled 5 3/4 of these golden statues up onto the ship. They weigh a fuckload. But actually, I need to go check that. Let me go check the weight limit. So you guys were cutting it kind of close already.
Yeah. But then we put all the kobolds on the thing.
Yeah, you moved a lot of kobolds over, which has helped a lot. I just got to go recheck my math. Because gold is about 10 times heavier than a human body, and these things are actually a little bit larger than a normal human body. Okay, so it is as you are starting to hoist up the 3rd statue, you realize that as you kind of start to pull the winch and set up the block and tackle and lift, that instead of the statue going up, the ship is starting to kind of list to the right and be pulled down.
Can I cut some of these apart and put them into my bag of holding?
Absolutely. Bag of holding can hold up to 500 pounds. 50 pounds of a human would be... So you can probably get, like, everything from the shoulders up, like a head and a couple of arms and some shoulders.
Alright.
I have a bag too.
That would probably be enough to get the torso and everything from the knees up. So you basically just leave the legs, the lower legs and feet of a statue. Which means you end up with 2 2/3 of a statue on your ship, or in the bags combined.
Great. How much was that worth, roughly?
A fuckload. Let me go do some math.
A fuckload is plenty. That should be enough.
50 gold is a pound. We're looking at, so... Oh, Christ on a cross. Okay. Boy, you're rich.
100,000 gold pieces, at least.
Excellent. We can come back for the rest.
100,000 gold pieces worth of cursed gold. Let's go.
Yeah, you've got about 390,000 gold worth of golden statue.
Great.
Which is the real world equivalent of about $31 million.
Woo.
Great.
So,
Let's lock this
Alright.
back up again.
There you
Or
have it.
someone comes get the rest.
Alright. So, yeah, with that, I think we're good to head over to Sol.
okay, let me write all these numbers down before I forget.
You're not going to have to keep track of it too long.
Well, I do. I do for reasons.
Okay.
So I don't want
You're-
to pry into your plan here, but is your plan to show up in Salt Bowl where they're already looking for you with 69 kobolds and $31 million?
Yeah, pretty much. Look, it's not a great plan, but it's a plan. It's kind of our only option at this point. So
Hey, I'm all for it.
What do you mean
I
our
knew you
only
would be.
option?
Hell of a power move right there. I appreciate it.
Thanks. I kind of thought you would. You know,
Chutzpah.
for what it's worth, how is you know, um, shit. What's her name? Uh, Astra? Not Astra.
Adra?
Adra. How's Adra with like protecting people from the wrath of like Vast? Just out of curiosity.
You know, she protects who she needs to. Seems like Fast isn't too strong right now, so I wouldn't hold your breath.
Eh. All
I don't
right.
think she'll take any actions against you, though, so that's good. Yet.
It's comforting.
Okay. Noted. Good. All right. That puts it around midnight. I assume you guys are probably just camping out here, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Nothing happens overnight.
For what it's worth, I also make sure that as much of that gold as possible is stored in the locker room
Right.
with the seal.
With all the traps and everything. Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
One moment, please.
Sure.
I had this prepared for today. Before we rest, I'm going to cast this. Let's see, where are you? I think it's a 3rd level spell. There you are. On the area where he puts the gold in.
Excellent. Good to know. It does consume 25 gold of diamond dust.
I have 100.
You've
It's
got
fine.
plenty, yeah.
No, I don't have plenty. It's 100. That's like a fourth of it.
Yeah, well, we have $31 million, so
Yeah,
we'll
but you're
buy.
probably you have plans for it, right? I don't know
Well,
if
I have plans for some of it. I didn't expect it to be $31 million.
fair. Can we split it?
No.
Why?
Y'all didn't want to help me last time. I stole this
And we
gold.
helped you this time.
No, my kobold helped me this time.
Nope,
All
and
right,
I don't want
well-
none of the crates that comes with that gold.
Whatever in my bag's mine then, if you're not going to share.
That's fair. I'm gonna get rid of most of this gold anyways in a minute. I am gonna spend the night with the gold though, just like cuddled up to it. Sadly.
You're mine for
Like your own
tonight.
little hoard.
I'd hardly call that a little hoard, but
Also enjoyed
Be
the curse
fair.
flick.
I shouldn't say anything. Note to self: Flick has 99,230 gold.
I mean, if we're dumping it in a room, I could just dump it in the room. That's
Keep
my gold, but it's in that room.
Notably, you
But
cannot do that because it will sink the ship.
Oh yeah.
But to keep it
I don't
in
like
your
it.
pouch the
I
entirety of
guess
the
this is on my person. That's great.
The ownership is the problem here.
Gotta get a third ship just to carry all of our money.
Alright, you guys all wake up in the morning and everyone's alive. It's Wednesday.
Comforting.
Let me go make sure I give Elise her mana back.
mana.
What's she at? Okay, she's full. Good, wonderful, delightful. And you guys are able to continue down, and it doesn't take very long. It probably only takes about the first half of the traveling day to get to Salt Bowl. And before long, you find the familiar pit kind of burrowed out from these salty flats. You do actually see that with all of the rain, there are these just shimmering pools that have formed all over these salt flats that almost reflect like mirrors the sky above. It looks like there are just patches and holes in the ground that look straight through to another sky below the earth, like staring at the sky through Swiss cheese. And along the ridges of this entire crater, especially along the western edge of it, there is a mist as a lot of this rainwater is kind of brushed over the edges, and it falls down, almost like waterfalls, but in just kind of this misty form that spreads like a cloud over all of those dark buildings on the west side, and eventually kind of coagulates into flooded streets and channels and rivers that flow down along this hill, eventually through the wooden gate, and then into the oasis, which you can see from above. Even with all of the rain, it still looks very busy and active. There are lots of people on the streets. They've kind of just decided that this is a thing and they need to continue to work through it. Lots of fires kind of built throughout the town, especially in the northeastern side of the camp. More tense than usual. But yeah, the city is alive and going. And if you guys want to dock, you're able to do so over at the docking tower and make your way into the city. It is about 2:30 in the afternoon by the time you get everything taken care of. The harbor master doesn't give you a lot of trouble. Yeah, nobody seems to like recognize you or, try to immediately out you or, grab you and take you in or anything crazy like that.
Under rest yesterday and during the flight here, can I continue the lessons with the 3 kobolds I got?
Absolutely. You continue your wizarding lessons. I guess go ahead and give me some more Arcana checks. Just one more Arcana check to see how that's going. It continues to go very well. As before, you've kind of learned a very successful method for teaching kobold, learning on them to rely on each other. It's going to be a slow process. Nobody becomes a wizard overnight or over a week or even over a month.
Of course not. I woke up a wizard, but
yeah.
But I'm a god.
You're a god. Yeah. But you're making good progress, and by this point in time, one of them has probably at least gotten to the point where he can reliably he's getting like the basics of a partial prestidigitation. Like he can probably look at a coin and make it like lift off of the table for a second, or make it like move a little bit with his mind. It's very primitive, very early stuff. But they're starting to get the hang of it. They're starting to understand what they're doing.
I get excited. I reward every little progress they make.
But yeah, you guys are here. What would you like to do?
Right.
Well, okay.
So first of all, I cast Alter Self on myself.
Okay.
And I turn myself into a little business gnome.
Excellent.
And I would like to head over to Joker's cautiously, and hopefully inform him that, hey, I have extra workers for you.
Okay. You're able to make your way over. And at first, when you kind of go ahead.
I am being very cautious, and I want to make sure that his workshop isn't being watched by anybody, and that it's in normal order, or at least as normal as can be expected.
Sure. Absolutely. Feel free to give me either. So I guess stealth first of all. It can be either literal stealth with dex or social stealth with charisma. And then your choice of perception or investigation to try to see if it's being cased, if it's being watched, if anybody's watching you.
I'm going to do social stealth, so add +2 to this.
All right. And your disguise gives you advantage. Perfect. Good. All right. You seem to go pretty much unnoticed. Everybody's kind of keeping to themselves. It's quiet in town.
Okay, just make sure that Joker's workshop is safe, and then if it is, I'll knock on the door and
Sure.
try and head in.
The first time that you knock, you don't get any sort of response. The second time, you hear some footsteps, but then nothing for a few minutes. The third time you knock, finally, you see a rather large figure kind of approaches the door. It's honestly shocking that he's able to fit at all. But as he cracks the door, you can see that there is some sort of an ogre, possibly a Goliath, hard to tell. Chubby dude, big beard that goes almost all the way down to his belly button. Just covered in these like oiled and dirtied clothing with a big leather kind of mechanic's apron or something like that, some sort of a smock. And he kind of opens the door just like an inch. You can see that there's like 3 different chain latches that have been attached to the door to keep it bolted shut. And he says, "I'm sorry, we're closed."
I'm sorry, good sir. I have supplies for Joker. It's very urgent that I speak with him.
He kind of closes the door, and then you hear the sound of latches opening, and then the door reopens, and he kind of leans out over you and looks side to side down the street. He's like, "All right, come in." And he kind of motions for you to join him in.
All right, well, slide in cautiously.
Yeah, you can tell this time when you come in here, there are new locks on everything. There's like a wooden board that he puts down after he latches the door. All of his windows that were formerly either damaged or in okay condition are now boarded up. There are traps out here. Like there's literally just a bear trap sitting in the middle of this entryway that this big Goliath has to kind of tiptoe over to get back through to the door. Mind that. Watch your head. Don't touch that.
Really increased security, huh?
Just for the time being. But eventually you're led back into this warehouse where you can see the pretty... it's at least the skeleton of a ship. The keel has been finished. A lot of the main structure of the skeleton of the ship has been finished. And importantly, you can see that over on a workbench at the far back corner of this workshop, there is a very large, impressive Arcana Mechanical engine that is sparking and buzzing and popping like a Tesla coil. And you can see that there are these flashes of brilliant light as Joker kind of steps on a step ladder and starts tinkering and moving things around. He's pushed all of these shelves over to the side. The hole in his roof has been patched up together. You can see that at like 8 different places throughout this warehouse, there are these tiny little ticking clockwork turrets that have been set up that just kind of do this like garden sprinkler back and forth, just kind of sweeping for any sort of danger or trouble. And as you step into the room, they all kind of turn and lock onto you. And then Joker, without a word, just kind of snaps his fingers and he says, "Oh, down. And they all just kind of go back to their patrol modes. And eventually, he puts his goggles up and he wipes his hands on his smock. And he's like, oh God, you're back. You're really back. Oh, shit. Well, I mean, she's a beaut, isn't she?" And he looks up at the half-finished ship.
He said 2 weeks.
Well, I've had some help and it's gone faster than expected, but it's close.
I know it was a tall order, and I appreciate all your work. I've actually brought you some extra workers if you are willing to take them on.
That'd be great. Truthfully, I've already done the smarts of it all. I just need muscle. If we had the muscle to it, we could get this done a lot faster.
Well, they've got that.
All right, well, bring him here. Let's do it.
All right. I'll bring them over in like a couple hours.
Sure, works for me.
All right. Good luck. Thanks again.
Find the traps on the way out.
Yeah, will do. How'd you know it was me?
Wait, what do you mean? Oh,
Well, I'm
I don't know. You mentioned me by name. I don't know. I guess that was really not secure at all. I probably should have verified that. I'm a
It's
terrible
okay.
prepper.
I would have dropped this guys at some point anyway. So
That's a very good point. Yeah.
I'll yeah, I'll head out. Before I go and get the kobolds, I would like to head over to this build.
Okay, you start to head that way. And like before, you do find that the whole place is gated off, and at this gate is a building where there are some people that are lined up to get water. I think I have a map for this somewhere, actually. But you do see that the entire place is guarded. There are a handful of centaurs on duty, but most of the guard is tabaxi. Most of them have rifles and plate armor that, again, is very similar to what Elise wears.
All right. Is there anybody like standing guard at the doors or at the gates?
Come on, roll 20. You can do it. There it goes. Yeah, so as you approach, you do see that there are two knights kind of stationed in front of the main gate that seems to lead into this kind of walled off area. Up here. And then the fort to the left of it, there's a line that is set up for people to go in and just kind of get water and then leave. It looks like that probably does connect through to the back to the inside of it. But there's kind of a worn road path to this gate that suggests this is how people kind of go in and out of the walled off area.
All right. I'm gonna go up to the guards and just say, hi, I have a meeting with Mr. White.
Are you still in the gnome form?
Yes.
Okay.
I do have Toto with me though.
Okay, interesting. Good to know. As they approach, they both kind of lower their rifles to their sides in kind of a cross pattern, not pointed at you or anything like that, but clearly aware of you and slightly defensive.
I'll keep my hands like exposed to the side. Just...
Sure. One of them just kind of silently points you around towards the front of the building, and motions to another guard that is kind of waiting over by the intake line. Says, talk to him. He should be able to get you through. And they kind of give you this big runaround where that guard's like, okay, come with me, we got to talk to another guard. He walks with you into the fort here, kind of skipping past the line. You get a lot of strange looks from the other people that are waiting in line for water. You do eventually have to kind of pass by some people coming out, lugging these big barrels. But eventually you're taken to this kind of shaded patio, and through a door over at the right side where you are led into what appears to be kind of an office area. You can see that there are a couple of windows up front, almost like bank teller windows, where people are accepting money and then signing off on ration lists to make sure nobody is going through the line more than once. And then these knights, after the paperwork is done, hand over these barrels of water to people. They have you sit and wait for a good long time, probably like 15-20 minutes or so, before eventually one of these clerks kind of closes the book, lowers a wooden shutter at the window in front of him, stands off of his chair and comes down and sits down at this chair across from you, and says, okay, what is your business?
I have a delivery for Mr. White.
All right, leave it here. Name?
Charlie something or other.
Charlie something or another. Give me a deception check. He looks down at you. Oh.
Can I slide him 5 platinum?
Sure. Okay. Give me another roll for some particular reason. Another deception roll. Very well, Mr. Something or Another. And he slides these coins and tucks them into a pocket. Alright, what are you leaving?
I need to speak with him about a private drop off? Look, I owe him some money and I gotta pay it. So can you move it along? I don't got all day.
Give me either persuasion or intimidation. With advantage, you bribed him.
I'm so much better at this.
Woo!
Fuck.
Oh,
All right. He looks at you a little bit quizzically, but then he kind of flips this platinum coin, he's one that he's left out, through his fingers a few times, and eventually tucks it into his pocket. Without a word, he kind of stands up, he pushes the chair in, and just kind of gives you a wait motion, and he starts to walk off over to this back door, kind of pushes through the back door, and disappears for a little bit. And for a few minutes, you watch as people kind of come and go. Somebody new walks into the building and takes his old chair, opens up the wooden shutter again, and some business continues out front. But eventually, the clerk that you were talking to returns, along with a rather large Sahuagin, who kind of takes the seat that the clerk was in before, while that clerk goes off to another side room, probably to just have a break or something. And he sits down, much too large for this chair. He honestly looks a little bit ridiculous sitting behind a desk. But he leans in real close and says, "I understand you owes the boss some money."
so to speak.
Well, I'd be happy to deliver it. We can settle your debt.
It's real important that I speak to him directly.
I'm afraid Mr. White is out of commission currently.
Well, get him back in commission.
Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Mr. White isn't seeing visitors right now.
Mr. White is gonna want to see this.
Do you show him anything? Or yeah, go ahead.
I am going to have Toto cough up the little bit of the arm that I have left,
Okay.
and then swallow it back.
Sure. Give me persuasion with advantage. He looks down at you and at Toto a little quizzically, but eventually he does kind of lift his he lifts his face up and says, "What's that?"
Toto or the gold?
The gold. Although I am curious, but the gold.
It's a small sample of an offering I'd like to make.
He leans back in the chair and the wood creaks and he crosses his arms and then eventually says, "Tell you what, you gonna be around tomorrow? He isn't here today, but that looks pretty valuable. You might be wanting to talk about it."
Can I do an insight check?
Sure, go for it. He's just trying to buy time. You imagine Mr. White is probably somewhere nearby. He's just wanting to kind of like buy him time to talk this all over.
Unfortunately, I have to get going pretty soon. So, if Mr. White isn't interested in this, in some negotiation, then I'm afraid I'll just have to leave.
All right.
His loss, too. There's a lot more where this came from, but I guess if he's not interested.
You watch as this big grin kind of breaks across his face. These sharp shark teeth kind of reveal a smile, reluctant. but he eventually kind of puts both his hands down on the desk and pushes himself up to his feet. Says, "All right, you just hang here. Maybe we can figure something out. We could get him to rush over or something." And he starts to walk out.
I
through
mean,
that
I don't
back
want
door
to
again.
disturb him or anything, but
It looks like you've got something that might catch his attention. I wouldn't want him to miss out on a deal. And he walks out the back door after telling you to kind of give him a second. And about 7 or 8 minutes later, he steps back through the door. He looks at you, and he gives a hand motion for you to follow. And he walks back up.
I'll follow.
All right. The first thing that you notice when you go back here is just this verdant green that is very stark against everything else in town. These browns and whites and kind of dismal, muddy colors and sandstone everywhere. The smell of water, kind of exacerbated by the rain that is stirring it up. And then this bright building, just a short walk, maybe a minute or two along this dirt and stone pathway, from the water forts over to this large, almost palatial-looking building. You see that it is loaded with guards that are kind of positioned at all different points along it and atop it and behind its crenellations. But you're taken around to the back side of it, where you can see that there's a little bit of an awning and a couple of chairs that are just set up to look out over the porch, the patio. And sitting in one of those chairs, reclining with a cigar about halfway done, is Mr. White in shark form. And I need to go check a thing.
Pretty sure you can tell it's me.
Pretty sure he can.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. He turns and he looks to you. And then he kind of does a double take, and you watch as he cocks his head to its side, and he sniffs a couple times. And this big, great white smile, like the other one, begins to emerge. And he's like, "Well, well, well. I know you."
Bruce smelling blood in the water.
Oh, yeah.
Alright.
What in the world has driven you here?
Is Sahuagin still here?
Yeah, he kind of pushes you up in front of him, and he waits with crossed arms behind you.
God damn it. Okay, well, I'm gonna do it anyways. I'm gonna drop to my knees, head to the floor, and just bow completely. I need your help.
You need my help. And you can hear Wood creak as he kind of steps up off of this chair and up. And you can see that he's still got his left arm kind of tucked away under his jacket. And why in the world, as he kind of steeps down, would I help you?
I have Toto cough up the arm.
He...
Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I can offer you 10 times that.
He looks over...
That arm is 80 pounds.
Oh
right?
yeah.
Certainly.
He looks over at this golden arm that's been kind of copped up. And he reaches over and he picks it up. His big, meaty shark hand kind of pulls it up. It's heavy even for him. He doesn't have trouble with it, but there's just this immediate heaviness to it that is recognizable as he hoists it up. And he begins to look it over, especially along the parts where it's broken. He kind of inspects it, and then you watch as he wrings both of his hands around it, like he's giving the burn thing, and twists, and there is, let me make sure, let me roll some numbers about it just to be cute.
The politically incorrect burn.
Yeah, the politically incorrect burn. Unless it was actually made in India, in which case it's probably okay. Oh yeah, oh my god, okay. And you watch as he takes this arm in his hands, and he just kind of bends and pulls, and like candy being pulled, it kind of stretches, and then there's a snap, and it breaks in two. And he looks at the break between the two of them, and he's like, I'll be damned. I do like this. What? Maybe we can look past some of our past transgressions. What do you need?
Some of my people need protection, and you rule this place, and I don't really have anywhere else to go, or where they would be safe. So I'll offer you 10 times that if you can keep them safe, and not mess with Joker.
Joker? What are your dealings with Joker?
He's building us a ship.
He's working for you?
With some coercion.
You see he stands up and he gives this, like, incredulous look to his buddy behind you. You can, what is your insight? Or you can give me an insight check, or just let me know passive, either one's fine.
10. It's
10.
a little bad.
That's still enough to tell that there's a look of, like, oh, that's news to, like, this is big news to him. It seems important to him. Interesting. I think perhaps I should have a talk with him. But, on the other hand, and he does look down into his hands where there are these two enormous, valuable chunks of gold. Perhaps it can wait. How much time do you need?
For their protection? Or
The protection, but also Joker. I have, business with Joker. Business that he was supposed to be working on.
Whoops.
Won't be long. If you can offer protection to these people, they'll be able to assist him, and our job will be done in a week's time, and it'll make his job for you much faster. Guarantee it.
He sits back down in the chair and starts spinning these two broken pieces of the arm around and looking them over. Give me a persuasion check with advantage.
I'm gonna use my my.
All right.
So that's a 26.
26, okay. He tosses the gold one chunk at a time to his buddy, who kind of hoists it up and tucks it under his arm to keep it safe. And he says, I want it by tomorrow morning. Go.
Understood. Thank you.
Don't thank me yet. This isn't over.
Don't imagine it is.
Alright. He kind of nods and motions to his buddy to start escorting you out. And you are led out with Toto back onto the streets.
Alright. I just walk a little to like a alley or something, and then I vomit.
Oh boy. Alright. They don't harass you very much, and nobody really pays too much mind. Eventually the rainwater kind of washes it clear and down into a drain. But you are eventually able to regroup. And also, I assume, deliver your kobolds back over to Joker.
Yeah, I'll take them over to help Joker out. or at least the ones that I feel would be of assistance. I
This
imagine with 69 of them, it might be a too many cooks in the kitchen kind of situation. So.
Yeah, you're able to kind of grab the ones that seem interested and useful, and he is like, oh well, this, all right, this'll work. This is good. Okay, good. We can do this. Sure, all right. I mean, we're still looking at a few days here, but a few days is better than a couple of weeks.
Question: Are you taking the 3 I'm trading?
Oh, I'll leave them for you.
Thank you. I've developed a bond. They're my children, though.
Yeah.
You taking
So
Blast off too?
Or
I'll leave-
Sparkener.
I'll leave Blast Off and Sparkener for you guys. As I kind of drop off the other kobolds and I start to head back to the ship, I will mention to Joker, "Oh yeah, I accidentally let slip to Mr. White that you're working for us. Bye."
You what?
Don't worry, I paid him. He's gonna look it over. He's not gonna be a problem. Don't worry about it.
Door slam. Walk away. Okay, excellent. He just stands there, like, stupefied for a second. And then he steps down off the step ladder, and he walks over to a corner, and he vomits. And then he turns around, he wipes his mouth, and he's like, alright, let's get to work. Okay. You. Those. Up there. Right now. You 3. Yep. There. Yep. That rope goes... No. Like this. And he just starts barking out orders and trying to coordinate everything.
Become a hive mind real quick.
With that said, anybody have any other plans while they're in town, kind of waiting for the ship to be built, and yeah, basically just waiting for the ship to be built?
Just shopping.
Okay.
I
Probably
think
shouldn't do it alone because I've made enemies in this town.
Last
So I
I
think
recall,
the plan was that we were going to just keep going, not take the ship.
Oh, gotcha.
Just because we don't have really enough time to
yeah.
be waiting for the ship to be finished.
But now
But I
we're
also-
like,
I don't want to take 69 kobolds into
yeah.
God knows where, so.
It's also a lighter load for us.
Yeah. It's much better for me to leave them with a questionably moral dragon. You know?
At least we know it seems like his loyalties are in gold, so that's important.
Sure hope so.
Sure do.
I'm not very insightful, so.
You just gotta keep finding more temples to raid for their sacred cursed gold, and you'll be fine.
Well, there's still more gold in this one, so we're gonna milk
Oh
it.
yeah, I also didn't offer him all of the gold that we have. I offered him a very small amount of that gold.
Okay, good.
So it was 80 pounds. So hang on, I gotta do math here.
I offered him 800 pounds.
800 pounds times 50 gold. Oop, wrong number. So you offered him about 40,000 of the 380,000. Christ, okay.
We've got some leverage still, just in case.
For the protection of, what, like 69 kobolds?
Yeah, and also for him to not mess with Joker.
I feel like you probably could have bartered with him a little bit more. You probably could have gotten like 3/5 the price of that.
Oh, I
Why
definitely
would you?
could, but I
Right?
did not. First of all, I don't want to have this gold because I'm going to start growing feathers again.
I was just making a sorry. It was a very bad and very dark joke that I shouldn't have made. I was just
Oh, got it.
something about that particular fraction. Never mind. Carry on. I know we have plenty of gold left to bribe other people with, and that's great. I'm not touching any of it because I don't want to grow more feathers. Have a good point.
But you already have feathers. It's fine.
I don't want to grow more. It'll make it like hard to fly probably.
I don't think so.
Look, whatever happens to Gale here, he's not going to be happy about it, but, you know. These are his people, and their safety is important. So.
If you give all the gold to Mr. White, then he'll turn into a bird and we can kill him.
I don't think that's how it worked.
We'll find out soon. See if he grows feathers.
We will find out soon. I'm gonna have to.
Yep.
We'll find out soon.
You
Flick.
can have my gold to give to Mr. White, so I don't turn into a bird.
Hey, Flick,
Sure.
take off your clothes.
I'll take Flick's gold, and then I will give it to Mr. White.
Are you sure you would?
Not additionally.
Yeah, not additionally. just-
Okay.
That's
Instead
gonna
of-
be
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So is this 40,000 coming out of Flick's gold?
Yeah, all of Flick's gold, essentially, and then 300 pounds of whatever's left over.
Flick has like a lot in his bag, though.
Okay, noted. With your business concluded for the time being, you guys continue. You still have about half a day of travel left, which gets you basically right past Unmirage. And at this point, we can probably go ahead and get a couple new sailing checks to see how travel continues deep into the jungles of Ajibiata.
Just real quick.
Yeah.
I know we weren't like spending the night in Salt Bowl or anything, but while Gale was doing his thing, would any of us have time to do a quick bit of shopping? I just want to see what stillstones they have here.
Yeah,
You know how I need,
Add
I
it.
need to stock up.
right. It's pretty great.
What are you
But you
even
know
going
who-
to do with all of them?
You never know.
I say that as the person who just raided a temple of 31 million
Listen.
gold.
Like, Gale bought a barrel full of that stuff. We're not gonna, like, get about it. Except
Also,
Buster can't even use it, so...
but I like them. They're pretty. They're shiny. I like thinking about things I can do with them. Shut up! I need my tools.
Boss is like a crow. He just sees something shiny and just has to have it.
I'm going to again post. Yeah, that is one of the like character traits that I picked out at the beginning. But yeah, I'm looking for those. I'm also I kind of just want to see if I can get like a bag of holding for my own.
Yeah, let me go grab
Holding.
prices for that.
To put all this dynamite and stuff in so it doesn't explode when it shouldn't. What with all this fire that I constantly surround myself in.
Oh my god, Roll20 is like... It's really working today. It wants to go, it believes in itself, but it's having so much trouble. Okay, known prices. You can do it, you can load. So as far as stones go, they have a decent assortment here. It is mostly cantrips and ones. It seems that they have a very large abundance of weak stone, but then a very small selection of anything stronger than a 1C. So if you want just like a 0 or a 1C, you can probably find it. If you're looking for anything bigger than that, it might be difficult. You can give me some luck checks if you tell me what you're looking for.
No, I'm not really looking for anything in particular at the moment. But like, how much are cantrip level stones?
One cantrip level stone is usually about 10 gold.
Okay. Another dumb question. If I just like chucked a cantrip level stone out of my sling at somebody, would it be would that be enough velocity to make it explode?
Possibly, yeah. You would know, because you're very familiar with this sort of thing, that there are... The explosion happens when the tether is ripped. So in other words, it doesn't explode on impact. It explodes where it is thrown from, or where it's slung from, like where the velocity change happens.
Gotcha.
Right.
Probably not a good thing to use a sling ammo then.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. Then aside from maybe like a
They do a bag of
aside from the bag of holding, and I can't remember. Did we buy an alchemy jug?
I thought somebody got one.
I think someone was
I
looking for
do.
one at least. Okay, cool. Then yeah, just a bag of holding is probably all the shopping I'm looking
Okay.
for here then.
They do have bags of holding. They are fairly reasonably priced. It's probably 92 gold for a bag of holding.
Talk you down to 90.
Give me a persuasion check.
No, I said I'm going to talk you down to 90.
Guards!
So
No.
Roll intimidation.
I look at him and I say, I talk you down to 90, and my voice cracks, and I'm like, oh, fuck. And I'll put 95 gold on the counter and just kind of cross my arms.
This is gonna be the second campaign
right.
where you intimidate and get the guards called out.
Yeah. Fuck, what is it? I think it's, that's right. So you kind of, like, start to get a little bit pushy with this merchant, and you start, like, really pushing for a deal here. But then coming from around the corner from the back room are these two, rat folk, that are both clearly wearing, I believe it was the Midnight Club, the Midnight Riders, Midnight something or another, gang symbols. And they're like, hey, this guy isn't getting no trouble, is he?
Oh no, I'm not giving him any trouble. I'm actually giving him a nice tip for having, everything that I want right here in one place. It's very convenient. I'm gonna set another gold on the.
Okay. You're able to eventually kind of buy your way out of the situation, and for 96 gold, get yourself a bag of holding.
Yay!
More expensive than
Deserve this. Also, just real quick, going back to when we were in Eisenmar, my parents didn't give me any sort of allowance, did they?
Did you ask them for money?
No.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if they were if River was like the Earthbound dad who would just like leave a voicemail and be like, oh, also I wired $600 to your checking account. Bye, love you.
Nah, you probably get the sense that, like, if you asked them for money, they would probably give you some money. But you're an adult, you have a job.
Could save the allowance for Dubuque.
Yeah.
Dubuque. I still don't know. I still haven't decided how to pronounce his name. It's not Dubuque. That's the city here.
Yeah, I've been mentally saying Debuk, but I don't know if that's right either.
Dubuque?
Yeah. Why'd they name him after a demon, by the way?
Is that a demon?
Yeah, in Jewish mythology, it's a possessing spirit.
No.
Also
Same
the
spelling
main
too.
villain. What's the spelling of your book?
Diibuk.
No, it's not the same spelling.
Okay.
It's like this or whatever.
Maybe it was Dibuuk. I can't remember. There was a double vowel in there. I can't remember which one. I think it was two I's though. Fact, help me out here.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you spell it Diibuk. I think.
Yeah, that sounds right.
I'll check it at some point. But
Also, the main monster in Drag Me to Hell.
Cool.
Either way, 32 vehicles check is plenty. The weather, you do notice that over the past week or so, the weather has been changing a lot. There's been rain and storm almost every single day, but it fluctuates a lot more than it has been. Some days it's just kind of an ongoing downpour, and then other days it's like a violent storm, instead of being a persistently violent storm everywhere that you go. With that said, Gale has gotten very accustomed to flying in it. And also the significantly reduced weight has made it easier for Sundowner to kind of control everything. And the next couple of days of travel go very well. Let's see, you guys get your rest here. And then you get another day of travel, gets you to Caldus. And by the end of Thursday, as the sun is going down, you can see that on the horizon are tall mountains covered in jungle. This place would be pretty familiar to Moat and to Nordo. You are approaching Erebus, which is where Nordo's monastery. Yes, is that right? Moat's monastery. Both of their
Nordo's monastery.
Right, yes.
I can't believe I haven't used mana in 3 days.
Right? It's such a good feeling, isn't it?
Except to, cloak all this gold.
Also, let me go double check a thing real quick. I know we've been like fast forwarding through days, but in character, you guys would. Gale has been like carefully monitoring the schedule. I think you're getting close to needing to reset the engines. Like I think you're on day 8 of 10.
Yeah, I probably would have reset them in Saltpole.
Okay, then let's go ahead and get those going.
Well, while we're in a highly populated area.
Of course, of course. Alright, it needs to save 6 times. Oh, I think that might actually save on the first engine. Hang on, I gotta go look.
16 DC, I think.
I really should have this like written down somewhere, other than the wiki. ES class.
Like, just a little card that says engine DC.
DC 17 saving throw. So he makes the first one.
Next.
Yeah, the first engine fires, and you hear a pop and a fizzle as he fights and resists it. Second one. Oh, he wants it so bad! The second engine does kick in, though, and you're able to keep him trapped. With 4 left that did not need to fire.
Uh-huh.
And that is the 12th. He will not... He's trapped until the 22nd. Okay.
Cheer up. You'll be released soon.
Gail, do you explain... Do you explain it all? Do you tell him anything about it?
Sure don't.
Okay, delightful. Okay.
As far as Gale is concerned, he has taken on the burden of whatever curse is associated with this gold.
Seems reasonable.
And nothing bad will happen to anyone else.
Okay.
Especially not, Mr. White.
Right, of course.
Or 60 kobolds when he finds out it's cursed.
Alright. Presumably, you guys would probably keep going long enough to get to Erebus and rest in the monastery there, and then take off in the morning. The next day, as you're continuing down, let me get perception checks from a couple of people on watch.
Couple people. Total's good. Who would be on watch?
Probably Nordo.
Yeah, I think Nordo's proficient in it.
Oh, right. He does usually do that. Let me go grab that.
Yeah.
Is Moat still around?
I am still around. I was gonna say I don't want to like meta it too hard because my perception sucks, but I would
Sure.
definitely be keeping an eye out.
Yeah. We are, after all, in dangerous waters. Oh no, Nordo.
Well, everyone was screwed.
It's okay, Toto's there.
Toto did really well.
This is all Toto is qualified to do.
What's important though, Toto is intelligent, right? Like he understands language.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay. It is important.
I mean, he can take psychic damage, so.
Yeah, that's probably true. The important.
That being said, he does have 4 int.
Okay. Oh boy. I gotta go look. The important thing is whether or not he understands language, like if he can overhear what the party talks about. Because he sees something, but I don't know whether he realizes that it's important, because that depends on whether or not he knows what the party is doing.
Okay. He does understand all of my languages. So
Okay, perfect. Then he definitely does. At one point, Toto is kind of, going back and forth on the deck. And anybody on the deck at the time that this is happening sees that it kind of stops. And he looks over the edge, and he probably does this little, like, scoping, like, magnifying glass or binocular sort of deal. And he starts looking out over the east side of the ship towards the coast. And then he starts to kind of do his alarm bell. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, he would probably repeat, wait, left, and keep kind of pointing in that direction until somebody notices and takes a look.
yeah, I'd definitely take a look.
It
He's
takes
usually quiet.
takes a little bit of time for somebody to kind of lock onto what he has spotted, but after some time, with the help of a telescope and some good looking around, he seems to be indicating something that he has spotted on the beach of the coast over here. It is a group of... the main thing that you spot immediately is a longship. It looks like it is made of this kind of dark, weird orangish-red wooden material. It has a long canvas top that kind of covers it like a riverboat. And on the shore, kind of tethering this longboat up, is a group of about 14, 16, something in that ballpark, white-furred gnolls that seem to be handling a bunch of orcs in chains. And also, notably, growing in the trees past the beach, kind of up on the stony shore where the beach kind of transitions into mountainous jungle, you see that there are these long, thick, beautiful, curling, twisted blue vines that are just creeping up the white cliffside here. Very peculiar, like blue veins on a white rock face.
Didn't somebody see those in a vision of some sort?
Yeah, blue vines mentioned in my vision. Those again. Okay, how far are they?
It's just kind of over on the coast. Visibility from up here is pretty wide, even the storm, probably 8 or 9 miles. So it's it's a little ways away.
Far?
Probably 8 or 9
Like-
miles, which is not super far out of the way. Like, you can see it from up here.
Can someone fly 8 or 9 miles in 10 minutes?
That's a great question. What's the fly speed?
60.
Oh, that too, yeah.
Yeah, if it's 60, but you're too big, Van. 60.
So big?
60, yeah, if it's dashing, it's 120 per round.
What are we talking about?
I'm thinking of sending Nibbler over there.
Why am I too big for Nibbler?
You're too big because they'll see you.
That's
A
fair.
giant firebird in the sky flying straight forward.
She also has 60 feet of fly speed,
Okay.
But I can't see through Shu's eyes.
but I can.
So at a normal flying speed, without really stressing yourself out too much, just kind of a constant light jog, you can get about 6.5 feet in an hour, or 6.5 miles in an hour.
Mhm.
If you are like pushing yourself, if you're dashing constantly for an entire hour straight, which for the record, incredibly difficult to do, you could potentially do 13 or 14 miles in an hour. But
Yeah,
you'd be making con checks about 15 minutes into that.
Yeah, so here's the thing. The fly spell only lasts 10 minutes. I think, right? Only
Gotcha.
10 minutes.
Yeah. 10
My
minutes
plan-
will get you like a mile, maybe a mile and a half.
Only a mile and a half. Jeez, yeah, it's not gonna get any close. So the idea is, I'm going to put Shul's skull around Nibbler. And have Nibbler fly over there. And normally, familiars, you can't see through their eyes outside of 100 feet.
Right.
But my manifested mind can absolutely go as far as, like, across the world, as long as it's within 300 feet of my item, which is Shul's skull. and I can see through it. See and hear through it, no matter what. As long as I'm like, I just activate it as a concentration.
Yeah, artificial mind. Okay. All right. Hover within 60 feet. The bonus action is a hover. You or it can see. The spectral mind stops manifesting if it is ever more than 300 feet away from its magic item, or if you dismiss it as a
Yeah.
bonus action.
So if I put it, if I put the magic item on Nibbler,
Okay, yeah.
flies over, he literally, there's no. I just have to have Nibbler like hide, like maybe on their, under the ship, not in the water itself. You know, some little part where he can stick himself.
Interesting. You are right. So you have to have the item on your person to initially summon it, and you have to have the item on your person to do the information overload. But in theory, you could summon it, give the item to something else to carry it, and then just have it be carried around.
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, it's basically it. It's a good spying tool. Except the thing is, they'll know that they're being spied on because, like, the manifestation of the mind, it glows. It's 10-foot, like, dim light. It's intangible and invulnerable, but like it's visible.
Yeah, absolutely. Like it is just a magical item. You would know that if something happens to it, if it gets lost or destroyed, you would not be able to make a new one until a long rest.
It's okay because if Nibbler dies, it just teleports with him. That's the magic thing I put in it. Remember?
I see the loophole now. Okay, interesting, delightful, wonderful. I get it. I get it now. Wonderful. Interesting.
You've been had.
I've been had. I've been done.
How is this had? I literally explained it to you.
Well,
you didn't explain why you wanted it, though.
Right.
You just explained, I just wanted to do it when I dismiss him, so it doesn't just blah, blah, blah. There's a loophole.
With that said, you have invested magic into this, and it's not honestly
that
crazy.
I paid for it.
So yeah, this seems like it should work.
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna reach there. They're like 9 miles away.
Yeah, with that said, what is your familiar's flight speed?
If I cast fly on it, it's 120 per round if he's dashing.
Okay, and that lasts for what, 10 minutes? So that would get him for the first like 2 miles maybe. He doesn't have to make con checks because it's magical flight. It's not using his actual energy. Then he would have to fly on his own. What is his normal flight speed?
No, Nibbler can't fly.
Oh, right, it's Nibbler. He doesn't fly. Okay, so yeah, 10 minutes pass.
You see the problem now.
I get it. So then he splats into the ocean and immediately dies when he smacks into the water at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, and then I lose my focus for a while until I summon him again.
This all makes sense. This is starting to line up.
That's why I'm asking, how far is it? Can the fly spell? Nibbler can't fly.
Gotcha.
He's the brain.
It would not be in the range of the fly spell for sure.
No, okay, definitely.
So, Fiero only has a fly speed of 30 feet.
Okay.
So I don't think that he could catch up.
Yeah, it would take him about 2.5 hours to get there unless he dashes the whole time, which would be physically exhausting.
He's a construct.
Oh, he's a construct. Is he... Oh, shit. Is he actually immune to exhaustion?
He is.
Oh, shit. Then, yeah, he can dash the whole fucking time. He doesn't give a shit. So, yeah, he could dash over there in about 2.5 hours.
If you want to try that.
Sure. Like, can you see through his eyes?
I don't think I can.
Yeah, the plan was like to just kind of spy on him for a while.
But if he takes your item with you, with him.
That's true. But if he dies, my item is lost.
Well,
I invested quite a lot of gold into it.
Maybe he just won't die.
I don't know, man. How about this? We make a little doohickey that'll help him drag like Nibbler along. kind of like a parasailing thing.
I don't know if he's like the size of Nibbler. I don't think he could carry Nibbler.
Not carry, just pull.
I mean, it's the same thing in the air.
So this is probably a good point to pause anyway, and you guys can decide how you want to approach all this.
Yeah.
Yeah, we should have Dordo here anyways.
Exactly. This is kind of Nordo related anyway, so he'd probably have some input. So feel free to continue discussing plans, but for the time being, this is where we'll wrap up. We'll pick up next session
Yeah.
and go from there.
Excellent.
Wonder if there's like a way at level 1 to give a swim speed.
I think Alter Self will do it, but that's second level. Or third level?
Yeah. I can't cast those.
Second level.
Another thing that like not Nibbler, the Manifested Mind can do is it can cast any Artificer spell. It doesn't have to be attached, but it has to be an Artificer spell. A number of times.